We're good. Please let the house come to order. Stand this morning as we are led in prayer. But before our prayer, the lady from Jones, Representative Scott, is going to introduce our guest singer for the morning, who's going to sing us an Easter special song. And after that, please remain standing for our prayer and Pledge of Allegiance as introduced by the gentleman from Capaya and his guest minister. Lady from Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. I am very pleased to be able to present to you a professor from William Carey University, but she's just a little girl from Laurel, Mississippi. She is Dr. Katrina Cox, a vocalist, but also a director of theater, and we're pleased to have her here this morning. This is Holy Week, and I asked her if she would sing for us, "There is a Balm in Gilead." Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dr. Katrina Cox.
There is a balm in Gilead to make the wounded whole. There is a balm in Gilead to heal the sin-sick soul. If you cannot preach like Peter, if you cannot pray like Paul, you can tell the love of Jesus and say he died for all. There is a balm in Gilead to make the wounded whole. There is a balm in Gilead to heal the sin-sick soul.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, what a beautiful song. Today is Dr. Victor Dixon and the Copiah County Ministerial Allowance Day at the Capitol. The Ministerial Allowance and the, yeah. Dr. Dixon will lead us in prayer. He's accompanied by his lovely wife, LaVoice, who is also the First Lady and also the President of the Wives Division for the Copiah County Ministerial Alliance. Also his son, Stephen, my auntie, sister, his daughter, Christy, Reginald, and also Reverend Smiley here on the floor for us. Reverend Dixon is a respected pastor and community leader serving as the pastor of Egypt Hill Missionary Baptist Church in Crystal Springs, Mississippi. Reverend Dixon has devoted over 2 decades to pastoral leadership at Egypt Hill Missionary Baptist Church, where he and his wife, First Lady DeVoice, have guided the congregation with commitment and vision, celebrating more than 32 years of service in 2026. Under his leadership, the church has maintained active worship services and community engagement, including Sunday school and regular worship service. Aristotle said, "We are what we do repeatedly." Reverend Dixon has repeatedly exhibited outstanding leadership and service not only to the Copiah County community, but also the state of Mississippi and this great nation of ours. Reverend Dixon was elected the president of the Ministerial Alliance. Today they're celebrating their 25th anniversary. To give it up. And Reverend Dr. Dixon has been the president of the Copiah Ministerial Alliance for 25 years. A few weeks ago, the legislature passed House Concurrent Resolution number 36 to honor Reverend Dixon and commend him for his outstanding leadership. So this is what you did, the legislature, for Reverend Dixon and also the Ministerial Alliance. At this time, we're going to ask Reverend Dixon to come and do the prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Eternal Heavenly Father, we come before you in the name of Jesus to say thank you, to bless you for your goodness and your kindness. Thank you, Lord, for putting us into the ministry, putting us into the work of this great state of Mississippi, bringing us together with other leaders that we can lead your people to better places. Thank you, Lord, that you have looked beyond our faults and you have saw our needs. We thank you and we love you. We pray now that you will continue to be with us and be for us as we travel this journey. Lord, I pray that you would go before us and make our paths straight. Help us, Lord, to make good decisions that you would stamp your approve upon, and most of all, your people will be blessed. Thank you to be in this room with such great leaders, Lord. Your word said that irons sharpen iron. And Lord, we're here to be blessed and to be a blessing. Thank you for Copiah County. Thank you for our travel here to be in this great House of Representatives. Lord, we pray now that our stay here would be such a great stay, that we will go back and tell others how wonderful and great things that are happening in Jackson, Mississippi. Continue to be with us and continue to be for us. Hold our hands, Lord, as we continue to go up this kingdom highway, and help us to know that a relationship with you is so important. We must know you in the departing of our sin, because one day all of this work will be over with. But Lord, you said if we serve you right, you would prepare for us a place in your kingdom that we could be there forever and forevermore. We thank you and love you. We claim the victory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It was good to see you, Reverend Dixon.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
All right. We have several special guests today. I'll recognize the Chairman of Rules to introduce us to our first special guest. Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Introduction out of order, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your attention to the South Gallery, on behalf of myself and the gentleman from Covington, I have the Simpson County Academy boys and girls track team. The boys is state champions. They're top 25 in track, and the girls was runner-up last year, and Lily Overby is a 3-time individual champion. Y'all make them welcome.
Welcome, young people. Good to have y'all here today. Congratulations on a great season. You represented your schools, family, and homes and communities very well. It's an honor to have you at the Capitol where we can celebrate you today. Thank you for being here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Is she going to be over here? Yeah, yeah.
Are we ready, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, we have, along with Representative Sam Creekmore, we have a couple different resolutions. First, we have a resolution commending the new Albany High School boys golf team. We have head coach Shane Sanderson, and we are congratulating them upon winning the Mississippi High School Activities Association 4A State Golf Championship. Then we also are commending the new Albany High School Bulldogs girls volleyball team for winning their Class 4A volleyball state championship. And I believe we have coaches Ashley Connolly, Riley Corser, and Mary Fran Reeves on that. And then we have a resolution commending and congratulating Adeline Bailey of New Albany for winning her third Mississippi High School Activities Association 3-4A individual golf championship and her emerging success as a junior golfer. And then we also have a resolution commending the New Albany High School boys soccer team for winning the 4A state soccer championship. And we have coaches Austin Baker and Martin Morfin. So let's all give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, young people, on outstanding seasons, great accomplishments. And to your coaches, thank you all for pouring into our kids. You represent our state very well as your school and communities, and you're to be commended for that. We thank y'all for the opportunity to get to honor y'all here at your capital today with Representative Creekmore. So thank y'all for being here. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Okay. Okay. Is that who? Is that? Okay. Yeah, just when they could see to go ahead.
Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized for further introduction. Junior gentleman from Hines, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction in our South Gallery today, we are joined by Tougaloo College and the men's basketball team who have accomplished some impressive feats. They are the champions of the Historically Black Colleges and Universities Athletic Conference for the 5th consecutive year. And Mr. Speaker, this actually follows a trio of Gulf Coast Athletic Conference titles from the year of 2021 through the years of 2024. Representative Stephanie Foster is with them today, and she has carried the mantle for them to be recognized over the previous few years here at the Mississippi State Capitol. But Tougaloo College is a historic college here in the state of Mississippi, and they are in District 72. I am very, very proud of these young men who have done exceptional on the court as well as off of the court, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome them to the Capitol.
Congratulations to you all on an outstanding season. Good to have you here at our Capitol today. Recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, along with Representative Summers, we have a resolution recognizing and commending Pamela Moody for being named the 2025-26 Outstanding Music Educator for Mississippi by the National Federation of State High School Associations. So let's all give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, lady. Thank you for being at your Capitol today. You're recognized, gentlemen, for further introduction.
Okay.
I think we're ready in the North Gallery with Representative McMillan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, along with Representative McMillan, and I believe Chris Bell also. Okay. We have a resolution. We are commending and congratulating the Madison Ridgeland Academy Lady Patriots girls basketball team upon winning the 2026 Mid-South Association of Independent Schools State Basketball Championship. And then we also have a resolution commending and congratulating the MRA Patriots boys basketball team for winning the 2026 Mississippi Association of Independent Schools Class 4A Division I State Championship. So let's all give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, ladies, on a great season. I enjoyed watching it, mostly from afar, but Coach, congratulations to you. Y'all continue to compete and do great things, and y'all are to be commended for it. I enjoyed watching it, and congratulations. You represented your school, our school, very well, in your homes and families, and you're to be commended for it. So it's an honor for us to have y'all here today, and we didn't need that boys team here to honor our girls team, so we're glad to have y'all, Representative McMillan up there. Welcome to your capital. And Ford, I can't see her around there. Thank y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, along with Representative Scott, we have a resolution commending and congratulating Dr. Katrina Cox and the cast of the Laurel Little Theater's production of The Color Purple, the musical, for their historic achievements, artistic excellence, and cultural impact upon the city of Laurel and the state of Mississippi. So let's all give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Cox, for being here. We certainly enjoyed your song, and you blessed us with that. We appreciate you being here. It's a pleasure for us. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Ladies and gentlemen, the South Gallery, I believe I was a little premature on, we are congratulating again the MRA boys basketball team for winning their 2026 Mississippi Association of Independent Schools Class 4A Division State Championship. But we also have, along with Representative Bell, we have a resolution recognizing and commending Evan Carr of the MRA Academy Patriot Boys basketball team for his outstanding efforts during the 2025-26 basketball season. And we have a separate resolution for honoring Mr. Jimmy Carr of Eaton Aerospace for his outstanding commitment to community service, education, workforce development in the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi. So let's all give them a big round of applause.
All right, boys, we halfway introduced and talked about y'all's state championship while y'all were waiting out here somewhere to get in here. I see lots of familiar faces up there. Welcome to y'all's Capitol. Congratulations on an outstanding season. It was fun to me to get to watch it from afar and see all your accomplishments, and you're to be commended for a great season. And while we're here, we want to commend that young man on the top row up there. I looked out my office window this morning and I saw this young couple coming up the Capitol steps out here out front. I was like, who is that dressed all festive? That's somebody I know, but I couldn't pick out who it was. And I believe it was Coach DeWeese and Miss Kim. So welcome y'all to your Capitol. Congratulations, Coach, on an outstanding career. Outstanding career. You're to be commended for it. It's been a heck of a ride, and these boys are better for it. It's good to have you here today. Congratulations. Thank you, Coach DeWeese. You got further introductions, gentlemen? I got you. Take up a bill. We'll go to the calendar. In conference appropriations general bills. Lady from Amit, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, House Bill 1752, and move to present the conference report.
Lady, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is the conference report for the salaries of our state court judges and our county court judges, and we are deleting on line 113 the authority for mandatory raises for the state court judges. We're editing sections 1 and 2 of the conference report to line item each new salary amount for the state court judges that will commence on January 1st, 2027. And these salaries are at the 2025 SPB market rate. We are freezing the DA salaries until January 1st, 2028. And then after January 1st, 2028, the DAs will be paid 95% of the circuit and chancery court judges, which will be $165,509. And then we're also in section 8A, we are editing that section to state that the annual salary supplement to be paid from Judicial Systems Operations Fund is going to be $67,276 per judge. That would include the salary plus the fringe. We are strengthening the language related to counties submitting reimbursement requests to AOC for the monthly payment of the salary supplement. We're cleaning up in sections 8A, actually deleting those sections to make the statute a lot cleaner. So it will be 8A Roman numeral I, 8A Roman numeral 2, 8A Roman numeral 3, and 8A Roman numeral 4 are all deleted. And then we're deleting section 8B, which is the authority for the mandatory raises for county court judges. So if a county wants to, they're authorized, a county court judge may get a raise if they're authorized by the county. That's section 7. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, yield.
I will, yes.
Gentlelady, when the last time the judges had a pay raise?
So by statute, they're supposed to get one every 4 years, and SPB will give those recommendations. And so now they'll get one this time, but after that, if this conference report is adopted, there won't be any mandatory raises in the statute after that. The only way they will be able to get a raise is if the legislature authorizes it.
So is there any other body or group that has gotten a mandatory pay raise every 4 years?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking, gentlelady, do you know who the last person to receive a pay raise in the House of Representatives?
I think it's going to be the gentleman from Forest.
Do you know what year that was, gentlelady?
I do not.
It was 1986, gentlelady. Are you aware that the members of this body who served very dedicated and very loyal to this body hadn't received any compensation or pay raise in this state?
I'm very well aware that there are members
Do you
of this
believe
body.
that the work we do is worthy of a pay raise?
Of course I do.
Do you believe that the sacrifice that these members in this body make from their families is worth receiving some form of compensation?
I do as well, but that's not before us.
I understand it's not before, gentle lady. I understand that, but I need to make sure that we make the record that the people who serve in this body deserve to be compensated. We come in here every year and give somebody a pay raise, and we do not give the pay raises to the members of this body who is responsible for governing this body. Would you not agree with me that we're responsible for governing this body?
I do, gentlemen.
Gentle lady, are you aware there's there are staff people here who make 3 times what members of this body make? Are you aware of that?
Gentlemen, I'm aware of that, but again, I would say this. With the adoption of this conference report, that language would be modified, and the raises for this body are not in this conference report. That statute isn't even in the conference report.
Gentle lady, the reason I'm bringing this up to your attention, because you seem to be handling all the bills that folk get pay raises for. So I just want to make sure that the record is extremely clear. The 122 members of this body deserve a pay raise. The 122 members of this body deserve to be compensated for their hard work, their dedication to this state, and they should be compensated for it. Would you not agree with me?
Gentlemen, I've not disagreed with one statement that you've said.
Right. Well, thank you,
during your
lady.
Q&A. You're welcome. Again, I would say that this is just for the judges, and we are removing their mandatory language.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady
Yes, I will.
Lady, will you go back to the line where you stated about the DA getting paid, is it 90 or 95% of
Right, exactly. So it's 95% of what the circuit and county court judges would be receiving. This is after the freeze. So as you can recall, last year the DAs got a pay raise last year. So with the way that the statute is written, the DAs are tethered to the pay raise for the county court, for the state judges and also the county judges. They're tethered to them. So we're freezing them because last year the DAs got a pay raise, and hopefully by implementing this freeze, then we can get everybody in line.
Well, we did give the DAs a raise last year. That was my
Right,
point.
and that is, we gave them a pay raise last year, gentlemen. You're absolutely right, which is why we're freezing them this year.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see no further questions, lady.
I move adoption of the conference report.
She moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 2 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, for what purpose?
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. State your request.
Yesterday, I guess we have so many conference reports coming out as far as 1, 2, or 3. The request would be when the chairman goes up, not on this bill, but others been recommitted, that they say which conference report they are talking about. There was an instance yesterday where we was number 3 and on the line was on number 2. Thankfully, there's nothing major in that bill, but just request if they could, the chairman don't mind saying which conference report we are on at the time so we can verify it on our site, if you don't mind, please, sir.
Gentlemen, maybe the chairman or presenters will make that clear as they come forward, but if they come forward with you to present a conference report, it's going to be the most recent one. The ones that have been recommitted are gone. Now, you may have questions about what the changes are, but it'll be the new filed conference report. So it won't be 1, 2, or 3. It'll be 3 if it's the third one, or 2 if it's the second one. They can't go back to another one. They'll be with the one that's before you. But certainly you're entitled to ask them about those. Thank you, gentlemen. Lady, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one unanimous consent request. This is for the deficit bill that we passed yesterday, Senate Bill 3105. And my unanimous consent request, Mr. Speaker, would be to amend on line 14 by striking the word defraying and inserting the words providing funds to defray the costs of in lieu thereof, and further to amend on line 14 by striking the words advertising and promotion and by inserting the words association's workforce program in lieu thereof.
Ladies, asking unanimous consent to make those changes. Is there objection? Hearing none, lady, we will follow that procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, in that. All right. Is that it on our in-conference approach general bills for now? In-conference Ways and Means, he passes. In-conference general bills. Judd B. We have most of them filed. I think we'll attempt to try to go in order with our general calendar. The body's been very lenient this week on allowing us to jump around for the few we've had filed, but with them all mostly filed, let's try to keep some semblance of order with regards to the flow of the conference reports. Gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call and recognize the gentleman from Harrison County to handle the conference report.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conference report for House Bill 377 is related to the missing persons bill we had come through our chamber. The conference report consists of some cleanup legal definitions when it comes to unidentified and missing persons. It also has forensic genetic genealogy testing when it comes to identifying people that are missing or unidentified human remains. It sets a standard for law enforcement when taking missing persons reports. If they deem that it is a credible report, a timeline of when they're going to enter their information into a federal database named NamUs, and also a timeline when they're going to enter that information into NCIC, which is a national database as well. That's by explanation of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, I missed you earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion on item number 3 on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 3051. I want to make a motion for reconsideration.
You want to hold that on a motion? Yes, sir. Please notify the chairman. Thank you. Lady from Rankin, Ms. Hurst.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
In the South Gallery, y'all help me make welcome. We have a lot of champions here today. The boys soccer MAIS state champions with Coach Reed Weaver. Stand up. East Rankin Academy. Congratulations, guys. Okay, and we have the girls cross country MAIS state champions from East Rankin, coached by David Harper. Congratulations, ladies. And we have the MSSP clay shooting state champions, 7-time state champs, coached by Matthew Miller from East Rankin. Y'all stand up, guys. Proud of y'all.
Congratulations, young people, on great seasons in your sports. You're to be commended for that. You've represented your schools and communities very well. Thank y'all for being here at your Capitol Day and allowing us to celebrate with you. Thank you. Gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized for further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up next item on the calendar, number 3, House Bill 525. to explain the conference report.
All right, item 2, gentlemen.
Item 3. We did 2. I'm sorry, item 2.
I believe we've done item 1, gentlemen.
Thank you. Item 2, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I got yesterday's calendar.
You're recognized for item 2, House Bill 525.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we did on House Bill 525, we came to a compromise with the Senate on some language pertaining to mandatory minimums for those individuals that are convicted of sexual battery when it's in a position of trust and authority, and that mandatory minimum is 5 years. Requires a judge to impose a sentence not less than 5 years. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just because I'm not a lawyer and I don't know what it was before, could you tell me that?
It was just 0 to 30. Now it is 5 to 30.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. This time I recognize the gentleman from Rankin to introduce our next special guest. Y'all give him your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, along with Representative Taylor, we have a resolution commending and congratulating Joey Walker on her historic election as the first woman and African American to serve as tax assessor and collector of Oktibbeha County. And let's all give her a big round of applause.
Congratulations, lady. Good to have you here at the Capitol today. You have further introduction, gentlemen? One more. You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, also in the North Gallery, along with Representative Holloway, Hurst, Rushing, and Tullis, we have a resolution recognizing and commending the Morton High School Panthers boys basketball team for winning the Mississippi High School Activities Association Class 4A state championship. So let's all give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations. Congratulations, young men, on a great season. You're to be commended for that. And while you're here today, find some time today to thank your coaches behind you today for pouring into you. Coaches, we appreciate what you do for our young people. And it's really good to have you here at the Capitol today where we can honor you on an outstanding season. Good luck to you in the future, and thank you for being here today. All right, we will return to the calendar. Judd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 3, House Bill 538. I'd ask that we skip it and let it retain its place on the calendar. And then I know you said we were not going to go out of order, but there's one I need to recommit. Can I jump to that and
yes,
get that done? All right, that's item 34, Senate Bill 2747. I'd like to recommit that for further work.
Ladies, motion on item 34, Senate Bill 2747 is to recommit. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the lady's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Workforce. He passes. State Affairs. AET. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6, House Bill 925, and bring up the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clear act that the governor vetoed last year. We have taken out every single thing that he had in the veto message. We tried to come up with a compromise on 2 of them. We just could not get there with the Senate. So we're just bringing forward the bill from last year that does not have anything to do with the veto message. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. He's got it. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Insurance. Gentleman from Prentice, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 7, conference report on House Bill 939.
Yes, sir. You're recognized to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have 2 bills in this one conference report. In just a minute, I'm going to ask the Speaker to recognize the gentleman from Panola to explain both of those bills. But first, we'll be explaining the LoSAP bill, and then when we're through with that, we'll talk about the fire truck acquisition bill that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, if you'd recognize the gentleman from Panola to explain the 2 conference reports.
Gentleman from Panola is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the LoSAP bill, the only change from when we passed it earlier is the repealer was extended from 2039 to 2030. That's section 1. Then we moved to section 2, which was our fire truck bill. We did add 5 members to the committee. One of those is a representative for the Mississippi Fire Chiefs Association, one from the Mississippi Firefighters Association, one from the Professional Firefighters Association of Mississippi, and the State Fire Marshal. We did create a separate account for fire equipment. It's called the Fire Equipment Fund. That will now be funded with the recurring revenue stream from the black tag money that comes out. It's about $2 million a year, so that should help all of our communities moving forward. Those are the changes that we made from the 2 bills we passed earlier. That's my explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, how many fire trucks will be able to be purchased by this additional money? Do you know?
I'm not aware of how many were purchased through the previous program that the insurance commissioner did.
Well, who's the state fire marshal, since you put him on the task? Who is that?
I think that is Reed Abram, I do believe.
That's state fire marshal? Are you sure?
Maybe, no, I'm not. How about that?
Okay. Aren't you an insurance agent?
I am an insurance agent. I don't like fires, though.
Oh, but you do know that's the first question on the test, right?
I must have missed it.
It's Mike Chaney.
Okay.
Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Okay, I'll get right to you. Any further questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Move for final adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Prentice.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I'd like to go to item 29, Senate Bill 2409 report and recommit.
All right. Chairman's motion on item 29, Senate Bill 2409, is to recommit. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, gentlemen. Military Affairs. Gentleman from Tishomingo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the conference report for House Bill 1076, and make
You're recognized to explain that report.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for the work you've done for military affairs this year. Our Guard and our Veteran Services, you've done tremendous, great work for those guys and ladies, and I just want to say thank you for that. This will be our final bill conference report. It is 1076. The title is Safeguarding American Veteran Empowerment, SAVE. Is it perfect? No, by no means is it perfect. It's a work in progress. But let me tell you what this bill does. It gives our veterans another option, a second choice to get their claims filed and get them processed. They do not have to use this. It is an option. They can still use the traditional VA programs that files claims for our veterans and get them, but this is kind of a, I don't say expedient, but it's another avenue for our soldiers that have been downrange and fought for our country. It gives them another option to file their claims and hopefully get those claims processed rather quickly. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes.
So, gentlemen, I am grateful and indebted for this because we know a lot of our service members get their claim denied at the VA or the backlog, and you gave them another avenue. But my question is this: what is the max that the other organization can charge a veteran for doing their claims?
Of course, we know at the VA it's free of charge for any veteran to go file a claim, and they get the process. But this is a private organization, and they do have to charge some money to do their work. It says in the bill that it's 5% or a max of $12,500 to get that claim processed. So, and it only is charged if the claim is a positive claim.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, gentlemen.
I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Rankin will be recognized to introduce our next special guest. All right, we're not quite ready for our next introduction. We will go back. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to introduce the doctor of the day, my hometown girl from Shannon, Mississippi, Dr. Adrienne Gilligan-Pierre. She's in family medicine, geriatrics, and she's right here in the capital of Jackson, Mississippi. Ladies and gentlemen, make her feel welcome today, my home girl, Miss Dr. Pierre.
Welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for being here for us at the Capitol, lady. Very good to have you. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the chamber, if you would direct your attention to the North Gallery, where we have the Meridian High School Choir that's visiting us today. Our teacher is Miss Elena Burns. Our assistant director is Asia Ellis. The district arts director is Mr. Antonio Altman, and these prestigious young people will be singing on the second floor at 11:30. So let's make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Thank y'all for being here at the Capitol Day. It's very good to have y'all. Thank you, gentlemen, for introducing. All right, we will return to the calendar. Judd B, he passes. Judd A passes. Judd A, lady, she passes. Do you wish to retain? Lady requests unanimous consent to retain her place on the calendar there. Is there objection? Public Utilities. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 11, House Bill 1305, and call up the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
This is to give the authority to the PSC to go after non-adequately provided gas, water, and more importantly, electricity. It also gives the PSC the ability to conduct audits on D and F systems, and also gives the ability of a mayor, a supermajority of the Board of Aldermen or City Council to also do those audits on D or F systems. That's an explanation.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Adopt the conference report.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 110 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could get your attention real quick. I just tricked her into coming out here. We've honored a lot of people this morning and even this week, but I want y'all to help me wish Miss Tammy Cowart a very happy birthday today. It's her birthday. They're wanting a speech, lady. Maybe a song. Thank you, Tammy, for all you do for us. Happy birthday to you. We're delighted you're here to celebrate your birthday with your 122 children. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized if you have further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip to item 13, House Bill 1393, and call it the conference report.
All right. You are recognized to explain that report.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mississippi Energy Infrastructure Fund that we created through MDA. This will, like I said earlier in the year, this will help provide or speed to market some of these economic developments we're having. The Senate did not like the procurement language, but basically all we have is we've created the fund, and we'll have to come back later and work on it. But we felt it was important enough to go ahead and create the fund. So that explains the conference report.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
How much money are we giving them for this?
There's no money in this right now. That'll have to come later. The MDA's got a separate fund. They're going to try and put some money in it from that fund, but right now there's no money in it. We just created.
Where's the money in that fund coming from?
In there, some fund they have. You'd have to get with the MDA on that, but they have a projects fund.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, if you'll look that way, we have the Brookhaven Academy Softball Lady Cougars Fast Pitch State Champions with their coach.
Stand up, ladies.
Lisa Covington. Also, and I left out Representative Vince Mango, and I didn't mean to. And you'll see one of our pages that were here a couple of weeks ago is right in the front. Thank y'all.
Good to have you back, lady. Congratulations, ladies, on a great season. It's good to have you at the Capitol where we can celebrate your championship. Thank you, Coach, for having them here. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 15, House Bill 1563, and call it the conference report.
All right, gentlemen, you are recognized to explain that report.
This is brought to us from the gentleman from Madison, who I no longer will be doing any of his bills because it's too much of a pain. He's not even here for me to heckle him. But what this does is the electric companies, for instance, or water or sewer, have 20% or more of their customers that live outside of the city limits. These are municipally owned systems. Those residents, the county will be able to appoint a member to their board or 2 members of their board, depending on how many they have out. It just gives some representation to people that are not allowed to vote in the city elections.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the timeline on this for the
county has they have 60 days to appoint their member after the newly elected members in the city limits or the board is appointed. So, but the county has 60 days, and then your follow-up is after the 60 days. If the county does not appoint their board member, the city will appoint somebody.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, for your work.
Yes, sir.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Adopt the conference report.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. State Affairs passes. Education passes. Banking Gentleman from Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 16, House Bill 1596.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Okay, this is our money transmitter bill that we had passed earlier this session. The Senate had put their language into our original bill, so what we did, we went back to the House position. The only change that was really made was the funds from this were going to go into a consumer finance fund that the Department of Banking has, and the Senate wanted this fund to go to their general fund, so that's the only change that we made. I'll answer any questions.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
I move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 37, Senate Bill 2828, I would like to move to recommit.
All right. Gentleman wishes to go to item 37 and moves to recommit Senate Bill 2828. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Judge B, he passes. Public Health. Gentleman from Union. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we go to item 19, House Bill 1637, move for adoption.
You're recognized to explain the report.
I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Forest to explain the
Lady from
report.
Forest will explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1637 is a bill that we passed unanimously last month. It deals with the Fetal and Infant Mortality Review Panel. As you know, we currently have a Child Death Review Board that has been a statutory requirement that children from 0 to 18, any deaths are reviewed, but trying to figure out why children have died. We also know that infants, fetal up to 1 year of age, die for much different reasons than children who are, let's say, 15 years old. And so the Department of Health has asked us to separate that out and do a separate fetal and infant mortality review panel just for from fetuses up to age 1 year, trying to determine why our babies sometimes sadly do not make it to their first birthday. And in a state that where infant and fetal mortality, we are #1 in the country, the Department of Health just wants to take a deep dive and look at that. The Senate did add some language to be sure that we also examine if there was a death as a result of a vaccine. Obviously, that would have been included anyway, but this is sort of like we often say, belt and suspenders, and we had no problem with putting that in the bill. So we did, and that is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
You yield, lady?
Yes, gentlemen.
I understand it's Tammy's birthday, but do we have another birthday in this body by chance?
Big birthday.
Big birthday?
Another birthday.
Big 40.
40?
Yeah, it's big birthday.
Happy birthday, lady.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For further questions, lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Since it's your birthday, lady, I will pass on my questions. Happy birthday.
Happy to answer any questions you may have. But thank you, lady.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady live?
I do.
Yeah. Is there any time frame in the bill to get
It's an annual report. So I believe they have to report by the end of the year. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlelady yield?
I do.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
You did say that the amendment that was added on the floor in the Senate is still intact in the...
It is. It's not the exact, but we have gone to conference with the Senate conferees, and everybody agreed to keep language in there that addresses any kind of deaths that are a result of a vaccine. Obviously, like I said before, if a child dies, all reasons are examined, but we put it in here to just, like I said, belt and suspenders to make sure that that was covered as well.
All right, thank you.
I see no further questions, lady.
Move final adoption, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you. Gentlelady, I'm sorry.
I do.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
In the Senate, they tried to add some language in there about vaccines. Did that come out?
Like I said, there is language in here that says that any kind of death that is a result of a vaccine will be included in the report.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
For the fourth time.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I move final adoption.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to go to item 22, House Bill 1772, and move for adoption.
Gentleman's asked for consent to advance to item 22 to take up another public health report. Is there objection? Hearing none, gentlemen, you're recognized to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the repealer bill for the Department of Human Services. In conference, we removed the simplified reporting that the Senate added, and that's an explanation of the change, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Final adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Item 30, Senate Bill 2474, I move to recommit for further work.
All right. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Item 30, Senate Bill 2474, gentleman's motion is to recommit. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Judd, gentleman from Choctaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the joint custody bill that has been before this body twice. I've listened to input from concerns of all members of this body and other individuals, and so we made some changes.
Gentlemen, where are we going? Tell us exactly where you are. I believe it's item 20, but...
No, it's 1660.
Item 16.
1662, joint custody.
Yes, sir, that's item 20, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we're trying to figure out what report you're on. We got it. Item 20, House Bill 1662. You're recognized to explain that report.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. What we did in this bill is we created a rebuttable presumption that joint custody and equally shared parenting time is in the best interest of the child. And we said that that is going to be the starting point of all custody cases. We also outlined some additional language in the bill that said the joint presumption could be rebutted if the parties have already reached an agreement on all issues of custody of the child, if the court finds by preponderance of the evidence that one parent's absence, mental illness, substance abuse, or other circumstances are against the best interest of the child, or if there's any type of domestic relations order, which we reference in that's already current law, we make a reference to that. Or if one person or one parent is a registered sex offender or in the Mississippi Department of Corrections, that presumption is rebutted. And then we gave a factor that says any other relevant factor that the court determines is material. What we're doing is starting off the equal parenting time at the beginning is 50-50. We are allowing the court to consider all relevant factors that may be material, current, present. So what we're going to do is start it off at that time, and then what we did is we adjusted the child support to compare both parents' incomes, and whoever has the difference in that would pay child support, the greater of the income of the difference between the two, which is currently what our chancellors are doing across the state anyway. We did not make any really change with that. We also said if both parents agree to any type of custody agreement or any type of joint or legal physical custody, they don't have to give a reason. The chancellor does not have to give a reason to document it. We also are going to make this limited to all actions filed after July 1st, 2026, and we're going to preclude any modifications. So if you had a modification before 7/1 of 26, it does not have a presumption that equal parenting time is equal. And if you have a modification after 7/1/26, it is not equal because the court has already determined what that custody is. It is only going to apply to an initial temporary hearing or a first initial final custody determination. If you want to modify custody after that, we'll go back to the standard, which is a material change of circumstances adverse to the best interest of the child. So once you have the court does the initial temporary hearing and the initial custody determination, that will be based off the 50-50 presumption. Anything filed after that will go back to the standard of material change of circumstances adverse to the interest of the child. And that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
So this 50-50 joint custody, this applies to infants just coming home from the hospital?
Lady, this applies to everyone as you come forward to it. And I believe the current law, there's already presumption in current law that allows that the mother is not entitled to that presumption. And I can move that up, I can show that to you right now if you would like. That is already current law. However, we have got any other relevant factor that's deemed material by the chancellor. So if we had an infant that was just come home from the hospital, then the mother would be able to present that evidence before the court, and then the court would allow them to make that decision of what is in the best interest of the child. Nothing is going to keep the chancellor from making a decision of what is in the best interest of the child.
Right, I understand that. But this does create that rebuttable presumption, and we're talking about breastfeeding babies just coming home from the hospital. You know, I know that the best interest of an infant would be to be with their mother initially coming home from the hospital. And I know a lot of judges are looking at the best interest versus now being forced to have that 50-50 rebuttable presumption. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
I think you're wrong about being required to have a 50-50 at that point. We have listed any relevant factor that's deemed material by the chancellor. He or she will be able to make that determination and do what's in the best interest of the child. We have not precluded our chancellor from doing what is in the best interest of the child. What we're doing is we're saying we're starting this procedure off 50-50, and that we're going to say that we believe it's in the best interest of each child, each parent, that they have 50-50. We will then give the parent the ability to rebut that by a preponderance of the evidence, not a clear and convincing standard, but by a preponderance of the evidence. And lady, you know exactly what preponderance of the evidence means, and that standard of what we're at in this bill. And so that is one of the main reasons why we considered putting in that factor of any other relevant factor deemed material by the chancellor. He or she, the chancellor that overhears the case, will ultimately get to make that decision. But what we're going to do is set everybody off on 50-50 ground when we start, and that's an explanation.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, I just got two quick questions, especially regarding to military personnel. So it's 50-50 custody, right? When it comes to child support, when the other spouse, when the other partner, or whoever have the child, do that person have to pay child support? Because they splitting the custody up, right?
Say that again. When you're getting into military, there are a lot of military protections out there if someone is overseas or in active duty, and I don't believe they can go forward at that time due to the military protections that we have. I don't have that language right in front of me. I know it's in the code book and in that section of where we're at.
And the reason I bring that question to you is because I know for a fact we have people who's married, then they get a divorce, and they go over to like Washington State. They go to California, and they get these outrageous child support laws that's, I can't say the word on the floor, it's draconian how much money they're taking from military personnel. I just want to know if one of my friends who are in this situation, they don't have to pay child support when they got the baby or the child. They only have to pay the 6 months that the other parent got the child, right? If
No.
that's 50-50.
Well, you got a loaded question there, gentlemen, because you're saying there's a foreign child support judgment from a different state. We get under what we call the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Act is what determines which venue has proper authority to hear that action and whether or not you could transfer it to the state of Mississippi. So I can't answer what another state would do with regard to that, because that state would have to give up jurisdiction and transfer it to Mississippi if the mother still lived in the other state, and that's where that would be what would control the custody or the child support amount.
Okay. But if it's in Mississippi, 50-50, the parent only have to pay child support for the 6 months that they have the child.
No, that it would be based upon the parent's income. Okay. And so if the one parent makes more income than the other one, we would split the difference, and then you would pay that. That is what our chancellors are doing right now.
Even if the child is with the other parent 6 months out of
Even if it's either with the other child, we're going to base it off the income and split the difference. That's what all of the chancellors in my district that practice do, and I think that's what a majority of what happens across the state of Mississippi. I can't speak for other chancellors, but everyone else is doing that the same. Of course, the chancellor always has an opportunity to review certain factors to make an adjustment towards that. But that is what we're going to do. We're just putting that into statute of where we are, but we're going to start back off with that equal 50-50.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
And the gentleman, these custody cases primarily take place in Chancery and youth court. Is that correct?
It would be in front of the Chancellor.
And there's a court of equity. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
All right, so all you're saying is that the presumption starts at the beginning of the proceedings, correct?
That's right.
So you're not changing any child support laws or anything like that?
No, we're basically putting into statute what they're already currently doing.
Correct. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, lady.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Why do we need to put, if we're already doing it, why do we have to put it in the law?
Well, there's lots of different issues that were going around with this piece of legislation. The Senate had brought over a child support piece that had some different types of figuring based off the percentage of time. DHS and others were going to have some issues on being able to collect that. This is what we've been doing in the state anyway. This is what our chancellors have been doing. We wanted to keep this uniform of how we've been moving forward. And of course, if we see issues with this moving forward and we see that, you know, they're not looking at this and giving it a fair shot from the beginning, we can always come back and look at this at a later date. But what we wanted to do in this bill was at least get the 50-50 presumption going. We also wanted to at least provide a couple of safeguards with regard to that and give our chancellors the opportunity to make that decision, because sometimes you have parents that both of them are on equal footing and the court had to make that decision. So what we're going to do is start it off at 50-50, and so every case is different, and I think that's why we saw that we needed to give some discretion to our chancellors with regard to any other relevant matter deemed material. And so that's what we're going to do moving forward.
Well, again, gentlemen, listen, you know, I'm not usually a lawyer. I'm just a lady used to sell hamburgers, but it's joint custody, and then you can have like physical custody, and you can have legal custody of a child, right?
That's right. Joint physical is body, the legal is medical, educational, and other decisions like that.
And so at the beginning, like the lady from Columbus was saying, if we start out at 50-50, then the judge has to say, you can't breastfeed, and she can.
I don't think the gentleman from Holmes can.
I just said he couldn't. I just said he can't. He cannot.
Lady, you're going to need more than the balm of Gilead.
Well, he's a miracle worker, you know. He is a miracle worker. But on this, I guess what I'm trying to get to on this 50-50, when the judge, if there is, and you know we want to keep families together, but if this does happen, and we're trying to decide the best place for a child, I guess, and I understand what you're doing. You don't want to give anybody an unfair advantage, but I think we all, well, probably would recognize that a mother, in most instances, is going to have an advantage. I mean, a mother that has carried the child, I know you do, gentlemen. I know you do. But, well, you've explained it, gentlemen, but I think in a way we are, seems like to me, women may be getting put in a disadvantaged situation here, it seems to me. I'm not saying that's what y'all are doing, but that's what it kind of sounds like.
And lady, like I was telling the lady from Lowndes, there's already current law in the state of Mississippi, and I believe it's under Section 3, it will be subsection 5 in the new bill that says there shall be no presumption that it is in the best interest of a child that a mother be awarded either legal or physical custody. That is already state law, and we're not changing anything with regard to that. We're just saying, we're saying that we're starting out equal 50-50 from the beginning, and then allowing the chancellor to make a decision from there.
Okay. All right, thank you
All
so
right,
much.
thank
And
you.
we didn't have the conference report, so that's why, we couldn't discern what was going on.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Depends on what subject you're going to talk about. Are we going to talk about what the lady from Jones was talking about, or something else?
Something else,
Okay.
gentlemen. The chairman yield?
Certainly, for you gentlemen.
Now, Chairman, I hadn't read the report, but I'm going on what you testified to. The lady from Jones, she spoke about mothers. Now, gentlemen, you agree back in the 80s at one time we had the tender age doctrine, which gave a presumption to the mother.
That's right.
U.S. Supreme Court said that was unconstitutional, correct?
Correct.
And that's when we came up with the statute you just read.
That's right.
Now, with that being said, now we go by the Albright factors.
That's right.
So is this going to affect the
This is
Albright
not
factors?
going to affect the Albright
Okay.
factors. This is just a presumption that we're going to get into with regard to whether parenting time 50-50 is appropriate.
Okay. And to address my desk-mate, the lady from Jones, one of the Albright factors is you look at the person who have been the primary caregiver of the child, and the court presently take that in consideration, correct?
That's right. They can.
Now, let me ask you this one question. This is my whole reason for standing. Presently, with some no-fault divorces, you have some chancellors, although both parents agree that we want joint custody, you have some chancellors that, current law, you only can do it if both parties agree, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And we struck that language. from-
Okay, so now the judge can make the determination based upon evidence whether you could give joint 50-50 custody.
That's right. And
Okay.
we got it in there that if the parties agree, then they're to do it. And then we also put it in the bill that says he doesn't have to document the reason why he didn't give 50-50. So if we have two people that agree on something, it's the intent of the legislation, unless he finds some other best interest or something that we don't know about, to allow them to have the 50-50 custody. We're trying to do that.
Okay, General, I would say I agree with your bill, but I hadn't read the conference report, so I'm on. Dealing with you, I'm gonna be careful about giving you my blessing.
That is a mutual respect for you, gentlemen.
All right, I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 6 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Rankin, introduce our special guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, along with Representative Sanders and Senator Simmons, we have a resolution commending and congratulating the Northside High School Gators boys basketball team for winning the Mississippi High School Activities Association Class 2A state championship. So let's all give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, young men, on an outstanding season. Coaches, congratulations to you and for pouring into these kids. See, we'll even let a state senator come down here to recognize good things. Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you down here. Hey, congratulations, young men, on representing your school and your community and your families very well. It's a good-looking group, Coach. Thank y'all for bringing them and letting us honor you today. Let's give them one more round of applause, y'all. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to the in-conference general bill calendar, item number 23, that would be Senate Bill number 2103, and I would ask that it be recommitted for further work.
All right. Gentleman's motion on item 23, Senate Bill 2103, is to recommit. Those opposed to have 5 minutes. See no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I have one more, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
If we could go to item number 26, Senate Bill number 2294, and recommit for further work.
All right. Gentleman's motion on item 26, is to recommit. You have a question on this motion, gentlemen? All right, I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit on item 26 for further work, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, gentlemen. Does that conclude you? You're good? Thank you. Gentleman from Pike, he passes. Drug policy, lady, she passes. Judd B, he passes. Oh, he's there. Didn't see you, gentlemen. You're recognized.
Item number 24, is that where we are?
Yes, sir.
Item number 24, Senate Bill 2110. Call it up.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we sent our bill over on the same piece of legislation involving this code section that inadvertently got taken out about 3 years ago, involving deprivation of necessary supervision and also supervision that affected the health of the child. The only other provision that we added in there that gave the prosecutor the discretion to prosecute this as a misdemeanor or a felony. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, can you tell me what constitutes substantial harm
That would be
to emotional health?
Well, that would be subject to an expert coming into court and testifying that whether or not the child received substantial harm, or at least some medical proof that would substantiate that, whether it be physical, mental harm. Senate wanted to take out the mental, well, that we discussed, I wouldn't say they wanted to take it out. There was some concerns about the mental part, and the House position was a lot of times deprivation of necessary supervision, whether it be food or anything like that, care for that child, it can be just as much mental harm to the child as it can be physical harm to the child. So the House position was to leave that language in there. And also, lady, just my experience with this particular code section, it's very rarely used, but every case that I've seen usually requires some type of expert testimony to come in to establish that standard.
And what would be the sentence?
5 years.
A minimum of 5 years?
It's up to 5 years.
Up to 5 years.
And if the prosecutor chose to move forward as a misdemeanor, that sentence is up to a year, $1,000 fine.
Okay, so it's a misdemeanor and or a felony.
It's a swings, what we call a swing statute. The prosecutor has the option to move forward with the misdemeanor. I felt like that was the House position. We felt like that option needed to be there for some prosecutors on those cases that needed to be some type of penalty imposed on a parent or guardian that may have created some harm to the child. I just didn't feel like those close call cases, we did not need an option for prosecutors to move forward on those cases later.
Is there a fine associated with the felony?
There's a general fine statute, I believe it'd be $10,000 on that. It's not a specified fine in the statute.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 9 nays, the report's adopted. Gentleman from Grenada, did you have any other reports you wanted to handle while you're here? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Judd A. Yes, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent for item number 25, Senate Bill number 2114, to retain its place on the calendar and be skipped at the moment.
Lady's asking consent for that item to skip and retain its place. We'll follow that procedure. Judd B passes. Gentleman from Grenada. Tell us where we're going, gentlemen.
Item number 32, Senate Bill 2710.
All right, I believe that's our next item. Anyway, you're recognized, gentlemen, to explain that report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we sent the bill over. This basically is the House position that we sent over on the juvenile crime. What we did was to give original jurisdiction to circuit court on juvenile crimes that involved the use of a deadly weapon on those crimes under what we characterize in the code sections as violent offenses. We did increase the penalty on possession of some of the stolen firearms generally to adults and juveniles from 5 to 15, and use of a firearm during the commission of a felony from 5 to 15 years potentially. That is an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that last part, Mr. Chairman, you said that
Hey,
for...
gentle lady, let me pull my bill out real quick. I want to make sure I'm correct on one provision.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm talking about this part back here. Gentle lady, I will tell you as to the second part that I talked about, it goes from 10 to 20. That's an increase from 5 to 15 and 10 to 30 when used in the commission of a crime involved crime of violence. So that's a correction of what I told you.
Okay, so you said the possession of a stolen firearm by a juvenile.
No, ma'am. Not a possession of a firearm by a juvenile is not in jurisdiction of circuit court. No, ma'am. Not a possession of a stolen firearm. That is not included in this law.
Only in the use of a crime of violence.
That's correct.
So in the use of a crime of violence with a stolen firearm.
Any firearm.
With any firearm.
Yes. That's
the
correct.
Sentence goes from.
No,
what
ma'am.
did you say?
It just includes they have original jurisdiction in circuit court. They're treated like an adult for whatever that crime is. That has nothing to do with the sentence. The sentence provisions I referenced are a separate code section that applies to adults that increase the penalty for use of a stolen firearm or use of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
So it's taken out of the jurisdiction of the youth court and put in the jurisdiction of a circuit court, which comes with it enhanced sentencing penalties?
That is correct. If they have a provision by which they're using a firearm during the commission of that particular felony, yes, ma'am.
And so what could be the possible penalties again?
The penalties involved in this particular bill would be the penalties as they apply to an adult, depending on what the violent offense is.
Okay, so a juvenile is considered over the age of what, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it's up to the age of 18.
So anyone under the age of 18
That's
could be treated in the circuit court and sentenced as an adult.
If they use a firearm during the commission of a violent offense as identified, which is a felony, identified in the code section 97.3-2. Not any felony, the use of it during the commission of the violent offense is identified in that code section.
I remember, Chairman, we were debating the House bill when it first came up. I asked a question about DUIs, and I think you stated that it was only if someone was killed as a result of the DUI would be a crime of violence.
Young lady, DUI death is not identified. Well, first of all, you couldn't use a deadly weapon during the commission of a DUI death anyway. You couldn't use a firearm. You'd be driving a vehicle, but it's not identified in that code section as a violent offense.
So if in the case of a DUI where someone died and there is a firearm in the vehicle, would that be treated in circuit court?
You have to use, no ma'am, it could not.
You could not?
Could not.
Okay. And so we're saying with this conference report is that the state of Mississippi, I just want to be clear that I understand what I'm voting on.
Now, ma'am, I want you to have a clear understanding. It doesn't mean they're prosecuted in circuit court. They can still be transferred back down to youth court if the proper paperwork's filed, and it just says the original jurisdiction. There's still provision based on their age to send it back down to youth court if the prosecutor or the judge decides it's appropriate to be had in youth court.
So for families that perhaps cannot afford an attorney and they're depending on a public defender, if the public defender knows that they can file paperwork to send it back to youth court, you're saying that that could be a possibility as part of the process?
Certainly, that's not going to be a scenario where I think it's fair to say that a public defender is going to not pay attention to that particular motion.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that at all. I just know that the public defenders have a lot of cases that they're dealing with. But our position with this conference report is that Mississippi is saying that for a juvenile that has a firearm and is committing a crime of violence with that firearm, they will be treated as an adult in circuit court.
If it's a crime of violence and they're in possession of it during the commission of a crime of violence, that's correct.
And they would be treated as an adult with enhanced sentencing penalties.
Not necessarily treated as an adult, that have original jurisdiction in circuit court. They could ultimately be treated as a minor back in youth court if the circuit judge or county court judge decided that that was the appropriate way to handle this particular minor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and you're an attorney. Have you dealt with cases? Have you dealt with cases with juveniles?
I certainly have.
In this instance, and would you recommend that those juveniles be treated in circuit court?
Well, I think that there's certain cases involving use of or possession of the firearm during commission of a violent offense that need to be at least prosecuted in circuit court. There are some, I think, that probably need to be initiated in circuit court, then sent back down to youth court for disposition. Whether or not I agree that I do agree with you, lady, that these juveniles in most of these instances should be treated differently in either court than, in most instances, than the adults that are in court. Now, whether or not those instances are involving the more serious of the serious cases, whether violent offenses, that's up for debate. But I do think that each case needs to stand on its own, lady, and we need to, at least some of these cases need to be handled in circuit court so there can be some movement and maybe get some eyes on some of these individuals that are in youth court that aren't getting the supervision that they need, lady. Unfortunately, that's an indictment on our youth court system, and unfortunately, that's where we are today, is that we're going to have to at least have the opportunity for some of these young people to be in circuit court so that they can understand and their parents can understand that where these children are headed is not the right path. Now, the disposition of it, we can have a conversation about that. But the jurisdictional aspect of it, lady, this is a step that unfortunately we're having to take in our criminal justice system today.
What do you suppose, gentlemen, that the outcomes would be from this legislation?
Well, I hope that I would think that most of the judges, if not all of the judges, and I've talked to a number of prosecutors, and I would think that 90% of these children would be placed on some type of diversion program, will be placed on some type of non-adjudication to where at least they could be supervised in a manner that would be appropriate for their age, lady. And I think that this is just an option out there that we need for those children, I call them children, minors, that are committing serious offenses that aren't being handled appropriately in youth court. That's unfortunate as it may be. That's where we are today.
And
it's
so,
a sad circumstance we have.
and so, gentlemen, what's your overall message to our young people as it relates to this legislation?
As to our what? Our members here?
What's your message? What's your overall message to our
Overall
young
message
people?
is that at some point in time, we need to get into the youth court bill and completely revamp it. And
I'm talking about to young people. What's the message to young people?
to young people that there
as
are
it
going
relates
to
to
be
this legislation?
consequences. There are going to be consequences for your acts. We're at a point in time, we don't have parents supervising their children, and unfortunately, the youth court system should not be designed to raise kids. That's not what it's for. And when we get to a point where we're having to pass legislation like this, we need to do a reset on the message that we're sending. And unfortunately, this is a necessary piece of legislation, lady. Sad as the day may be, here we are.
Gentlemen, I don't necessarily agree that it's a necessary piece of legislation. I think what's necessary is that we take a step back and look at this full scope of the system, and determine where are the best investments of taxpayer dollars, where they should be going to ensure that our children don't come up into a predicament or a situation that lands them into the criminal justice system, because we know that when they go into Parchman, they're going to come out a very different person versus before they went in. And we have the responsibility and the duty to make sure that we're creating conducive environments for our children to thrive so that they don't have to be put into a situation where they're committing a potential crime.
I'm with you, lady.
You would agree?
I agree 100%.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen, I understand the point of the legislation. Did you ever think in terms of an age? Because if I'm 10 years old or 9 years old and I go and unfortunately commit a violent crime, or I'm accused of a violent crime, you would get 9 and 10-year-olds in the jurisdiction of the circuit court. Is there any parameters in this conference report that speaks to that fact pattern?
Gentlemen, we talked about trying to put an age number on it. I talked with Chairman well, I didn't talk to Chairman Fillingane about it, but I did talk to some other members of the committee that were working on it from the Senate side. I just don't know where we can put that number without seeing where we're headed with this code section moving forward, gentlemen, if that makes sense to you. You know, what is the cutoff number that would be reasonable under the circumstances? I prosecuted a long time, and rare was the case when I was prosecuting that we would have a 13-year-old committing aggravated assaults. Unfortunately, it's pretty commonplace now, unfortunately, that there is.
It's very rare that we had those situations, but we do have them.
We do have them.
And so if a 10-year-old tries to rob someone with a handgun, youth court is going to be a little different. Youth court has counseling programs. They have villages. They have all types of mental health places they can do down. You know, the circuit that's going to you're going to deliver the 10-year-old into the hands of a circuit court judge.
Well,
you don't think I need to work on that?
There are other code sections in place to keep a 10-year-old and other laws on the books to keep a 10-year-old from being placed in custody in MDOC as it is now. This only allows jurisdiction to be initiated in circuit court. It doesn't have to conclude in circuit court.
Okay, but it's things that currently, you are correct, Chairman, currently I can file a motion to have the case removed to youth court under certain circumstances.
That's correct.
You're absolutely correct. But, you know, without an age threshold, it just seems like we're giving the circuit court judge a lot of discretion.
Well, gentlemen, I'm committed if we run into some circumstances to where we've got 10-year-olds not being transferred down to youth court on the appropriate circumstances, then we'll revisit it. But I don't want to, talk about unintended consequences until such time as possible that occurs.
Does this report have that provision, repealer, or anything?
It does not. It does not.
Mm-hmm.
There's no repealer in this bill.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your questions.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Chairman Year.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking down at the bottom where it speaks about the enhanced penalty.
That's correct.
If you sell, deliver, or transfer, is it just a stolen weapon or any weapon?
Stolen weapon.
So it specifically have to be a...
You talking about paragraph F?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's a stolen weapon provision.
Okay. So if you got a parent that buys his 16-year-old a new shotgun for Christmas, and Lord forbid that kid go out and commit a crime with it.
It has to be, if you look at the remainder of it, it has to be during the commission of a murder, capital murder.
Okay. And again, if you give it to buy a 16-year-old a brand new shotgun and, Lord forbid, commit a murder, with that parent or that grandparent who bought them that new Christmas present?
Well, I hope they didn't buy a stolen one, gentlemen, but anyway, if they did, it'd be a problem.
Okay. They'd possibly be facing 10 years in prison. And then the, now, and I'm going back on the lady from Hinds County. She made me actually read the language. And I'm splitting hairs here, but the law don't say that they're using the weapon in the commission of a felony. They just simply have the weapon. So
that's correct.
If the gentleman from Marshall and I assault him physically, but I got a gun in my pocket,
it would have to be during if he committed a 9732 crime, which is what we have characterized as violent offenses, and he's in possession of that particular weapon.
And one of those is like battery. Battery is one of them, right? Battery.
Sexual
assault.
Yeah. The aggravated assault. Correct.
Yeah, so aggravated assault, I'm not using the gun, but I just happen to have it tucked in my pants or in my pocket, although I didn't use that weapon.
Oh, you'd have to be serious bodily harm by either something. If you beat them up and you had a gun in your pocket, yeah, you would be.
Okay.
If you shot them and had a gun in your pocket, then you would have used the gun.
Right. So you don't, and I guess my point is you don't have to use the gun. It said even concealed. He don't even have to know I have a gun, and it'll be sent.
There would be only a couple of violent offenses, gentlemen, I believe, based on my experience in my practice, that would actually, the possession of it would be independent of the act itself, as far as the violent, those in the violent offense category.
And presently in statute now, you have certain crimes that's presently in statute where it involves a juvenile that goes directly to circuit, correct?
That's correct.
Now with your, and I mean, you've been doing this a long time, prosecutor, well-renowned defense lawyer, how often do you see those cases that presently go referred back to youth court?
You're talking about the capital offenses or those that are involved that have a violent feature to them?
The ones that already in statute that says go directly to circuit.
Rare.
Very rare.
That's correct.
Okay.
But I'll be honest with you, Jim, with this feature in it, I would anticipate there would be an increased number in those cases that would be sent back to youth court.
Okay.
If the possession alone, most of the masters special masters, and most of the people that talk to me, in my experience, without the use of the weapon, most of the time, unless there's some aggravating circumstances with that particular case, most the judges that I've dealt with would send these cases back, or circuit judges would at least provide some type of diversion or non-adjudication aspect to it, which we can do now on certain cases.
But just based on the ones you've seen that goes directly,
currently, that's correct.
It's been
They're
very
rarely
rare.
sent back.
Been very rarely sent back.
But those gentlemen are, as you well know, the use of the weapon during the commission of the offense, not necessarily possession of it.
So although it's rare, you confident that we pass this, the judges, they're gonna have a revelation and they're gonna start doing.
No, sir, I don't believe they're going to have a revelation, because primarily those cases that you're referencing current law are those cases that are actual violent offenses that are generally use of a deadly weapon or result in serious bodily harm. There are other instances that are violent offenses that we've identified that don't require the use of a deadly weapon, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Yes.
I'm sure you've covered this in this discussion, but just for clarity purposes. So there's two juveniles, both have weapons. One uses the weapon in a violent crime.
Right.
The other one is there, say they're robbing the store or something. One uses their weapon, the other one is just there.
Mm-hmm.
So under this conference report, they both could be charged with the same thing?
Well, they could be, under that fact scenario, they could both be charged with the armed robbery anyway.
Currently, right.
But under current law, they would be original jurisdiction of circuit court. But I think what you're trying to identify is those fact patterns where two juveniles were engaged in a crime where one juvenile was present and did not commit any offense, whether or not they could ultimately be charged with that. I don't believe the facts would support any such charge if they were present and not participating in that crime. Now, some of the violent offenses that we have, like sexual battery, things of that nature, if that juvenile was charged with certain sex crimes that are not in the original jurisdiction of circuit court, but did have a gun with them, they would be encapsulated in this bill right here. Does that make sense? They had a gun and they committed a statutory rape, which technically is not original jurisdiction in some circumstances, but they had a gun during that, they would be in this bill. The original jurisdiction would be in circuit court.
But you're saying that the ones who doesn't use their weapon is not caught up in this conference report?
No, sir. What I'm saying is the possession of it during the commission of another violent offense could, yes, they would be original jurisdiction. Now, whether or not that individual, that minor, his activity with the gun supported it staying in circuit court would be up to the circuit judge and the prosecutor.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly.
This is something that's near and dear to my heart. I deal with this on a day-to-day basis. I live in the same neighborhood I grew up in and had an infraction with law enforcement. Do you know the average age of a juvenile who handles or misuse of a firearm that's right now in the adult detention center?
I don't know that age.
It's 14 to 17 years old. Are you aware that we really don't have no more juvenile detention centers throughout the state of Mississippi, or reform schools?
Yes, sir. I made reference to that moments ago, the gentlelady from Hines, that we need to do a reset on the youth court situation we have, and everybody needs to pitch in $10 million off their projects over the next 4 years, and this builds a facility.
Okay. Also, gentlemen, do you know? Because it's not a laughing matter to me.
That's not a laughing matter to me.
Because in some of these communities, especially underserved communities, where the parents have to work, they have inadequate child care, they got to work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet, and the kids go astray. because the bulk of our schools, and I'm in favor of some of the policies of the schools, is a zero tolerance when it comes to firearms in schools. And a lot of these firearms, you understand, get stolen out of unlocked vehicles in our communities, correct?
That's correct. And gentlemen, I agree with you. It's not a laughing matter, but we're at a situation now where, unfortunately, we need to move forward with our criminal justice system to provide a deterrent for some of these crimes. We have a duty to protect the people, the citizens of the state of Mississippi, from adults and juvenile offenders, not just adult offenders. And it's very unfortunate where we are, gentlemen, but that's where we are today. I never thought 36 years ago when I started practicing law that we'd ever have to pass a bill like this, gentlemen.
And I'm glad you said that, because I'm a very strong component of the Second Amendment. Hands down, everybody know this. But also what this reminds me of what happened in the 90s and the 80s during the drug epidemic, when laws was inflicted upon people in small marginalized towns and communities. And then now here in 2026, just like what we just did with the opioid settlement, all of a sudden 30 years later they're starting to do something and the money's still not going to the communities. But what I'm saying to you is this, what I'm asking you, because I can't say nothing to you, what I'm asking you, do you believe if we lock a vast majority of these young folks up and not get them the additional help they need, 15 to 20 years now, we'll be in the same situation that we was from the 90s?
I agree with you on that statement, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, I know you're exhausted with the questioning, but I'm
okay. I'm okay.
But I'm just perturbed because some of the comments that have been made as far as the legislation that is needed, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a shotgun wound. If you know that the system needs to be overhauled, but you increase penalties for juvenile crime, and then that's on one extreme, but then on the other extreme, we don't even fund TANF for child care. And I mean, what message are we really sending here?
I don't handle the TANF legislation.
You said that it's a necessary piece of legislation.
It's necessary, gentlemen, because we're having a lot more juvenile crime in all communities now, not just in those impoverished areas that involve the use of firearms and also the possession of firearms during the commission of certain felonies as well. Now, again, gentlemen, the intent of this bill is not to fill up our prisons with a bunch of 13 to 17-year-olds.
But that is what's about to happen.
I don't believe that, gentlemen. I really don't.
And I understand that but I'm looking at it
because
from
90% of the crimes, that if you got a possession of a firearm during the commission of a violent offense, 90% of them involve the use of that particular weapon.
But you're basing your opinion on a benevolent judge having some understanding. Everybody doesn't have that understanding and compassion.
I agree with that 100%, gentlemen, but that applies across all spectrums of the justice system, gentlemen, and it's unfortunate. Not every judge is going to be interpreted as being fair. I agree with that 100%.
This is a bad piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the proper time.
All right, state your motion.
No, I'm not letting juveniles kill anybody.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recommit this bill.
All right, is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, I recognize you if you wish to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've stated my position that we're at a place now that this is a piece of legislation that has found its way to the chamber this day and time out of pure necessity, and I oppose the gentleman's motion to recommit.
All right. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 79 nays, the motion to recommit fails. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Certainly.
Gentlemen, I'm trying to work my way through this, but I have a concern. So if I am a juvenile who is being forced into a lifestyle that is not really conducive to my success, and the people who are in charge of me are forcing me to move firearms and drugs and other things because that means my survival in my community, and a crime is committed, what happens to me? This is not my own fruition. I'm being forced to do this. So what is the...
You would be still in youth court.
Okay. So if...
Unless you were certified up by some other proceedings.
Okay. So make sure I'm understanding. So if I'm riding with the gentleman from Kapaa, who's older than I am, and we commit a crime, he rolls up on somebody and discharges a firearm and gives it to me. He's 19, I'm 12, and tells me to hide it. What happens to me?
You would still be in youth court under that fact scenario.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 79 yeas, 39 nays, the report is adopted. All right, we are going to pause and recess for a lunch break. Is that okay, lady from Jones? That's a lot of lunch, lady. I will, before we put the motion, I'm sorry, gentleman from Pike, Mr. Mims, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you allow me to please go to the motion to reconsider calendar, page 6, to make two table motions, please?
Yes, sir. We will go to the motion to reconsider calendar. Tell me where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, Senate Bill 3071, in motion table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. My board's lit up, so stand up if you wish to speak to the gentleman's motion. Seeing no one seeking recognition. The question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, Senate Bill 3051 was held today, but since we passed it yesterday, my motion is to table that bill. Senate Bill 3051.
Where is that bill, gentlemen?
Mr. Speaker, we passed it yesterday, and then it was held today.
You held it today, correct?
I did not hold it today.
Somebody held
it today, yes, sir. So
and you wish to dispose of
yes,
that
sir.
motion today?
Yes, sir.
And that motion is in order?
Yes, sir.
All right. Those opposed to that have 5 minutes. Someone wish to speak to the gentleman's motion? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness. You may come forward, gentlemen. What is that?
This was his bill, but there's some money in there for Ole Miss and Mississippi State.
That's the DFA bill.
Right.
Gentleman from Jefferson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After reading the bill that I held on the motion, I realized that there's a considerable amount of money going to 3 of our state-supported institutions, being Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and USM. I have no problem with that. I am a pro-education person, post-high school education person, but I think we do need to consider what we're doing in this body as it relates to equitable distribution of our state tax dollars. We're not doing ourselves any good by neglecting Alcorn, Jackson State, and Mississippi Valley as a whole. We're wasting time because it's all economic development. It's all going to help our communities. Now, every time we shortchange our black institutions, we hurt our state. And so, in the future, and from this point on, I suggest that we create more equitable distribution. We've been asking for, Valley's been asking for a dormitory. Alcorn has been asking to expand its nursing school. Jackson State needs many things. We dumped $100 million in the DFA budget for these schools. Like I said, I had no problem with it, but we need to consider more equitable distribution. We're only hurting our state and ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman wish to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'll ask you, we did adopt this yesterday. This has money for projects throughout the state. This also funds the Department of Finance agency. So this is a vital part of state government, and we do need to pass this legislation. So I ask you to support the motion to table.
All right. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. There's sufficient number by the slimmest of margins. Madam Clerk's got to go find it to put it on the board because it's from yesterday's calendar. It's not on today's calendar. Give her just a minute to find it and get it before us. All right. Question now occurs on the gentleman's motion. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by voting aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 79 yeas, 41 nays, the report. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Yes, sir. Gentleman from Neshoba, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Need need to come to the well-do unanimous consent request for a time-sensitive appropriation bill.
All right,
passed yesterday.
you're recognized for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is just a unanimous consent request to make a clerical error on one of the Go Mesa projects in the Marine Resources Appropriation Conference report yesterday, asking unanimous request, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Unanimous request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is just to collect some clerical verbiage in the Marine Resources Conference report yesterday on line 247 in the Go Mesa projects. We'd amend on line 247 by inserting the word city of before the word Diamond Head, which would read city of Diamond Head, and further amend on line 247 and 248 by striking the words water and sewer district sewer improvements phase 3 and inserting the words drainage, flood prevention, and water quality in lieu and thereof, just making those simple clerical changes, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Questions on the gentleman's request? He's requested unanimous consent to make those changes. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver. For what purpose?
To the motion to reconsider calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Item number 3, House Bill 1935. That is the appropriation for the Department of Education. I would just move to table that motion to reconsider.
Gentleman's motion is to table on item 3 on the motion to reconsider calendar, House Bill 1935. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Anyone wish to speak to the gentleman's motion? Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be really brief. There's nobody in this chamber that does not support our teachers, not one of us. And this body collectively decided that teachers needed to have more than $2,000. But then we left it to the will of the Senate to come back and tell us that teachers only deserve a minimum of $2,000. So I'm asking you guys to vote for the teachers in this state because everybody in here is a product of a teacher. So vote for that teacher that got you to this point. Vote for the teachers in this state to not table this bill and let's recommit it and send it back to the Senate to get our teachers what they deserve. Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to respond. No? All right. Gentlemen's motion is to table the motion to reconsider. If you favor the gentleman from Montgomery's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 75 yeas, 43 nays, the motion to table the motion to reconsider prevails. Anything further before we break for lunch? Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judd B. will meet at 1:30 today in room 113.
Announcements by the members before recess. All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 2 p.m. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess till 2 p.m. Let the House come back to order. We will return to the general calendar. Y'all gonna fight over it, or what we're gonna do?
Yeah, that's what I was.
What's that about age before beauty, gentlemen? All right, gentlemen from Etowamba, where are we?
Item number 4, conference report 562.
All right, gentlemen's requested to go back to item 4. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the tuition guarantee program for community college for workforce aligned programs. Accelerate Mississippi identifies the occupations. Recipients have to be at least 24 years of older, and it's the last dollar in, and there's no money attached to this bill at this time. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a clerical error, and I need unanimous consent to fix that problem.
All right, explain that to us. I believe the gentleman from Choctaw is already objecting, but you can try.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on line 100, by inserting immediately after the word equal, the word to, T-O. And that's an explanation of the correction.
Is there any objection to the change?
T-O. T-O. Move final passage.
All right. There's no objection to the unanimous consent request. Now the gentleman from Marshall would like to interrogate. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Gentleman
sir.
Yield, just a quick question. So there's no money in this conference report.
That's correct.
So just tell me, how does this work? How does it work then?
If there is money that becomes available through a grant through the Office of Workforce, they can fund this program.
If money comes available.
That's right.
But if not, then
we've got the language there. In the future, if we want to put money into this program in the future, it will be there.
So do you anticipate?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the next item, Senate Bill 2114. Discuss the conference report.
All right. Is that where, I believe that's where we left with Judd B. earlier. Okay. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a conference report on immigration that was reached with the Senate on the other side. Section 1 just defines a couple of definitions with regard to alien and the crime of violence in the department and port of entry. Section 2 just requires that our Department of Public Safety start keeping record of all of the individuals that are arrested that come throughout the state, and it lists about 4 or 5 different things that they're supposed to keep up with. Also, it requires in Section 3, the department to enter into a memorandum of agreement with ICE, and the previous version said shall. This one says it shall make a reasonable attempt to do that toward facilitating and encouraging agreements for every county in this state. Also in Section 4, it says we're going to ask that everyone that has a county facility in the state of Mississippi making a reasonable attempt to enter into an agreement with ICE. If any one of the counties does not enter into an agreement, they are to report all this information to the Department of Public Safety by October the 1st, 2026. This will give each one of our counties an opportunity to discuss it and see whether or not those programs right there would be able to fit their county. There were some questions from our local law enforcement agencies of whether or not they would be required to house these prisoners We did put a requirement in there that it does not require a law enforcement agency to participate in a particular program model, including the jail enforcement model. So what we were going to do is give all of our county an opportunity to reach out, to discuss this. This bill will not go into effect until later on this year, and so that gives them a head start. That'll give us something to look at by the time October the 1st to get their individual information in, and then when we come back next year, we can see whether or not there's been compliance and whether or not they have a valid reason of why they were not able to enter into it. The original bill had as a entry into the United States or into this state from a port of entry or unauthorized originally would be a 2-year felony. Under federal law, it's only 6 months, so we reduced it down to 6 months in the state of Mississippi as well. For a repeat offender, we moved it to 2 years, which mirrors what is on the federal level. A lot of that stuff is currently under litigation in Florida and Texas, and so that issue will be decided at a later date. We also looked at if you commit another felony in the state of Mississippi for a crime, that crime would be 12 months or more, which would make it a felony, that it would be a 2-year enhancement on that. If in effect you do one that is a crime of violence or a sex offense, then it is increased no less than 3, then up to 5 years. We're going to allow the Attorney General to investigate any agency that does not participate in this. We're going to allow the Department of Public Safety to promulgate rules and regulations with regard to all of this program, and so that's an explanation of the bill. Oh, and one other thing, the bill will be in effect for 2 years. We have a 2-year repealer on it. That way we can look at it as we move through the process, and that's an explanation.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
If this is the same bill that we had that healthy discussion debate on a few weeks ago?
No. This is a new bill that's come up. The last bill that came through was with regard to not entering a policy or anything that would interfere with immigration officials. We put that in our strike-all version in this bill, but then when we went to conference, we went back and negotiated, both sides negotiated what we have in front of us right now.
So you mentioned, Chairman, that there's a language in this conference report that says a law enforcement agency may try by some type of reasonable
It doesn't say may. It says it shall make a reasonable attempt to enter into one of these agreements with ICE. Yes.
So my question, Chairman, what constitutes a reasonable attempt?
Well, we could have put that they shall execute into it, and if you want me to recommit the bill, I can go back and put that in it if you'd like. But what we were trying to do is give our officials just an opportunity to enter into this, to make sure every county is capable to be able to do this. We're going to allow them to report that to the department. We'll get that information in by October the 1st of next year, and then we can come back here next year and decide whether we're going to make it mandated across the state, but with it being an unknown program, we wanted to take a cautious approach.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't necessarily have a problem with the language of a reasonable attempt, but what the problem I do have with that is later on you said that the AG would then be able to investigate the agency to see as to why they were unable to enter into an agreement. So if they have an opportunity to make it a reasonable attempt, then they're going to be investigated if they do not enter into an agreement. That's what you're saying?
I said, gentlemen, that they'll investigate any alleged violation of this act and could technically bring a declaratory or an injunctive action, which a declaratory action is go to court and require them to do it, or injunctive relief to keep them from doing it.
So the bottom line is, do the local law enforcement agencies have to enter into agreement, or they don't? It's up to them.
It says it shall make a reasonable attempt to, and then they have to provide, if they don't enter into one, they have to provide that reason to the Department of Public Safety by October the 1st. And this body can come back next year and mandate it for everyone, but we were going to let them attempt to enter into an agreement, explore every opportunity that they could with this to see if it would fit that particular county enforcement model. And so that was the what we put in the bill, and that is what some other states have done as well. Some have mandated, some have said make a reasonable attempt to, and so that's the reason why that's where we're at with this.
So if they don't, they're going to give that information to DPS, and what are they going to do with it?
Gentlemen, we're giving the Department of Public Safety the right to promulgate the rules and regulations with regard to this. This is something new. This is something that we have not done. I know it might surprise you, but some agencies across the state of Mississippi have already entered into some of these 287G agreements.
No, I'm not surprised at all.
Okay, some of them have.
In Mississippi, yeah.
Some of them have already. And so what we're going to do is allow an opportunity. We've got some that want to enter into these and maybe some that don't. But what we're going to do is provide an opportunity for them to enter into these agreements, and they get to specify their reasons why they don't want to enter into it if they don't want to. We just said to make a reasonable attempt to enter into these agreements.
Right. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? Here I am.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. So we are, with this language, we are forcing our local law enforcement to do the jobs of a federal agency.
I disagree with that.
Why? Why do you disagree with that?
Because it says that, I think they coordinate with each other. This bill basically says, and it does a lot more than it says, it shall make a reasonable attempt to enter into these agreements with them. Now, we have some other legislation out there that says they cannot hinder or get in the way of that, but that's not in front of the body right now.
In the conference report that you have brought to the House, in Section 3 on line 78, you say in this conference report, the department shall designate agents and personnel deemed necessary to enforce the immigration laws pursuant to federal laws. So essentially, we are forcing local law enforcement agencies that are already strapped of resources and personnel to do the job and the duties and responsibilities of a federal agency. And if they don't do it, then the AG can come in and investigate that particular agency. Is that what you want? Is that what we want to happen in our counties and our cities?
Lady, department is defined in Section 1 as the Department of Public Safety. That is who you're referencing in that paragraph, is the commissioner, the Department of Public Safety, not the county. The county, if you go down to Section 4, would deal with the county. We're just giving the department the authority to try to coordinate these agreements between those agencies, between the local officials of the state of Mississippi. We're also allowing him to promulgate the rules and regulations, and then you go down to Section 4, and that is where you get into the counties and to make the reasonable attempt to enter into those agreements.
So Section 4 says that any county that has a detention facility shall serve as a ICE holding facility. Is that correct?
I think it says that on paragraph 3, you may be looking at the wrong set of cliff notes, because we actually did a conference report on this, and it's not exactly what you say it is. The department shall, where permitted by law, coordinate with state and local officials to share information on people reasonably suspected in the commission of these offenses.
And are you talking about the conference report?
I'm
Section
talking
4?
about Section 2. Are you in that, or Section 3?
No, you referenced, when
okay.
I referenced Section 3, you told me to go to Section 4. So I'm in Section 4. And Section 4 says that each county law enforcement agency operating a county detention facility shall make an attempt to execute this particular agreement so that effectively it can serve as a ICE holding facility.
I disagree. You left out one of the words reasonable. It said shall make a reasonable attempt to execute a written agreement with ICE. And if you'll go to the last sentence, it says...
And the agreement is so that they can hold illegal aliens, and if they don't enter into the agreement, then that's when the AG office comes in to investigate.
Let me finish, lady, and of course I would, it says the requirement under this section does not require a law enforcement agency to participate in any particular program model, including the jail enforcement model. So there are different models out there with regard to this program and what you can and cannot participate in.
Okay, but you just told the gentleman from Marshall that if they do not provide the reasonable justification for why they don't enter into the agreement, then the AG's office comes in to investigate.
This is a catch-all provision with regard that we do with regard to these types of legislation. The Attorney General is the individual that represents the state of Mississippi. It doesn't matter who you would have look at it, it's always going to be the Attorney General.
And so if a person, it says on line 116, if a person is convicted of a criminal offense and they're determined to be an illegal alien regardless of national origin, then they serve the penalty for their crime guilty of a felony punishable by less than 2 years. So we're asking our county board of supervisors to hold individuals in their county detention facility and pay day for day to hold those individuals for 2 years. These are not ICE detention facilities. These are our local jails. So we're shifting this burden, this cost of the operations of a federal agency upon our local agencies to hold these people. That's what this bill is doing.
I disagree. To be held in a county detentional facility, it has to be, those are for misdemeanors up to 1 year. This says for offense of 12 months or more. If you go to jail for 12 months or more, you go to the Mississippi Department of Corrections. Now, you may go to the Mississippi Department of Corrections and come back on a trustee status or whatever you come back on. But this is under the state of Mississippi, the provision that you're talking about, lady.
Well, either way, we're still going to be expending funds to hold people, whether it's in a county jail or a state prison.
Lady, the only difference between me and you on this subject is if we have somebody out here that commits a felony against someone in the state of Mississippi, then we're going to hold them accountable for it, just like we're going to do a United States citizen. We don't treat people any different. If a United States citizen hurts a Mississippian, we hold them accountable. If someone hurts someone in the state of Mississippi who happens not to be a United States citizen, we're going to hold them accountable. This isn't
Gentlemen,
about
but that's already law, gentlemen. That's
Lady?
already law. We know we hold people accountable when they commit an offense. We know that. We're talking about a whole different set of people that don't fall currently under the jurisdiction of the state of Mississippi. We're talking about the state of Mississippi and our county officials holding people that a federal agency should be responsible for.
Lady, if you're in the state
So
of
that's
Mississippi...
a big difference. That's more than just a little difference between you and me, gentlemen.
Lady, I understand you're passionate. I disagree with what you're saying. What I'm going to tell you is this. We're adding an extra 2 years in addition to the felony that they commit against someone in the state of Mississippi. It's called an enhancement, okay? And that's what we're doing. Maybe you don't think we should add an extra 2 years for someone that hurts a Mississippian. That's your position. I think
No, that's not my position,
I think
sir.
the majority of the, let me finish, lady. I've been very nice
yes,
to you
sir.
to let you talk.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to be able to explain my position real quick. The bill adds, if someone commits a crime against either a Mississippian or a citizen in the state of Mississippi, we're going to add an extra 2 years. And that's what it does. When they serve the crime for the felony that they committed, they're going to serve an extra 2. And that's the bill, lady. It's nothing with the county.
But they're going to serve an extra 2 years that the taxpayers have to pay for. You're expecting. We've been talking about how there's not enough revenue to do X, Y, and Z. But apparently there's enough revenue, gentlemen. Your position is to hold people for 2 years when they should be in a federal detention center. Not in our state prison, not in our county jails. So you want me to go back to my district and say, District 68, guess what? We didn't have enough money for infrastructure. We didn't have enough money for child care. But apparently we have enough money to hold people in jail or in prison for 2 years that you got to pay day for day because we are so concerned about so-called illegal aliens committing crimes in the state of Mississippi. That's what you want me to go back and tell my folks.
I disagree with the way you said that, and we're going to have to learn to agree to disagree, lady, and I appreciate your passion. We just disagree on the subject.
I appreciate you, Chairman.
All right,
thank you,
lady.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
So after listening to some of your statements, I kind of find the statements to be contradictory. Number one, because you said that you are not required to come into an agreement. Gentlemen, would you agree that when a parties come into an agreement, then there's a beneficiary on both sides of that line?
I would disagree.
So in no agreements, there are no benefits on both sides.
I'm going to let you ask your question, and I want you to allow me to have a response. And so,
fair enough.
Through decorum, we're going to disagree, I'm sure. The language says shall make a reasonable attempt to enter into the agreement and report that by October the 1st, 2026.
But did you not state that the language also said that it's not required?
I said shall make a reasonable attempt to and to report by October the 1st, 2026. The department's going to collect that information to see whether or not they have a valid reason why they did not do it. This is an encouragement to do it, and this legislation can be brought back next year, and so we're going to take it slow to see where we go with it.
So in the poor communities, counties, what is the benefit of them coming into these agreements?
You actually receive some federal immunity that other ICE immigration, if they want to participate with the law enforcement models. There's also some grant money out there as well with regard to buying equipment, motor vehicles, and other things that are out there. But one of the things is you get a lot of the immunity that is the ICE officers have as well.
So now,
that's my understanding. Don't hold me to it, gentlemen. That's my understanding.
So maybe you didn't quite get what I asked you. What is the benefit? Because immunity in a poor community means nothing. But the benefits and the financial advantages that they can receive means everything, because you are going to focus on eventually having communities that are financially scrapped, that are obligated to take on a responsibility that they're not able to take on already.
I sort of disagree with that, but I appreciate your question.
And that's the reason that I'm asking, have you considered what is the financial benefit of these communities? Because it's worth way more than just an agreement to say we're going to help you do your job, but we ain't getting nothing out of my community, into my community. So we're going to pour out with the limited resources that we have, and we benefit nothing.
I disagree. There's public safety and other issues at question on this. I don't think you and I may agree on that policy-wise, but as always, I appreciate your interrogations. They are very well-founded, and we're just going to have to disagree on it, gentlemen.
So I have one other question.
Certainly.
So within your statements, you have also often said someone. Who are the someones that are that we're referring to?
I don't recall saying a someone. I'm not saying you didn't say it, but you'd have to give me more of what I said someone in more context.
Well, the someones were the individuals with those facilities. The someones were the individuals within those law enforcement organizations throughout the state. The other someones you spoke on were the citizens. See, because there's a more intriguing factor that goes into that statement. We also have the citizens that are concerned about their safety in those small areas, because if we do not give funding to make sure that these places are already secure, if you'll take a look throughout this body, then you'll find that the vast majority of individuals have a strong need for enhanced police departments, fire departments, and other things dealing with law enforcement. And then we're going to impose upon them an obligation that initially you said that they're not required to do, but then there will be stipulations if you don't. So that again comes back to my first statement.
And I appreciate
there's a contradictory statement in there.
I disagree. I know you said that police departments need more help, and I'm sure Judge B is going to have some more bills. I'm sure you're going to support those, since you just said law enforcement needs all the help that they can get. So I'm sure that we're going to be able to count you as a yes as we move forward on the rest of these bills this afternoon. But I appreciate the statement that you gave me, and as always, I'm always open to interrogation by you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Very quickly, I think what the gentlelady from Hines was trying to, what she was interpreting was a Supreme Court case that was decided in 2012, and it dealt with federal preemption.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with that case, gentlemen?
I am, and yes, gentlemen. I'm not know if I'm familiar with the case, but I know I'm familiar with preemption and exemptions and enhancement under these bills. Yeah.
Okay, and I won't be long, but the Supreme Court explicitly states that the states cannot create federal law, and that's exactly what we are doing. We are creating a statute in direct defiance of the United States Supreme Court.
I disagree with that statement. We're actually mirroring the same punishment that there is under federal law with regard to entry, and if you get two. So I would consider that an enhancement, and that is not preempted. And the other enhancements that we've had that added the 2 years on top of the felony and the 3 to 5, I think those have been litigated. Those have not been litigated in other states because it would be an enhancement and not the other way.
Okay, if federal immigration raids community and arrests illegal immigrants in Jefferson County, let's say they do about 30 people, and who's going to pay if they house them in the Jefferson County jail? Who's going to pay for that incarceration?
Gentlemen, that's why there's been an encouragement to enter into these 287G agreements. And so that's why we're taking a look at that. That way there'd be extra monies available. And I understand, some of these are for crimes that are committed against Mississippians or other people residing in the state as an enhancement to the underlying felony for which they are charged. And so, there's the argument that you're making with the cost, and there's the argument with public safety.
But gentlemen, to be perfectly honest with you, I can deal with the enhancements if someone commits a crime against a person in this state. What my problem is dealing with is the creation of state law that the federal law is already existing. Now, I do have a question before I sit. Tell me about these 287 agreements.
Gentlemen, there's different models. I don't know a lot of the specifics on each one of those models. I know there's some that you can lock individuals up. There's others that you partner, get grant money, those types of things. There's training that can be involved with your local law enforcement agency, and there's monies that are available. And there's a better coordination in between the federal agency and the state and the local if they enter into these types of agreements.
Okay. And gentlemen, I appreciate your candor. I just, we're going to run into an issue that we're going to just be defending lawsuits and lawsuits after lawsuit. We don't have to. We don't have to have this bill, But we're going to, we're going through with it, but we don't have to have it. When we're going to get sued on it, and then it may not even pass. So we're going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars defending it. So we need to start thinking about that, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your question.
All right.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
You mentioned, which piqued my curiosity and has always have, you mentioned the 287G agreement, correct?
Yes.
So let's say there is Hines County, we're under a consent decree with the federal government, and ICE is coming in and trying to do a 287G agreement with Hines County and the Sheriff's Department. What conflict do we have with that?
And that's the reason why we have the language with regard to make the reasonable attempt. If they have some type of conflict or have something else, they can provide that to the department commissioner, Commissioner Tyndall, and we can look at it. And that's the reason why we want to make an opportunity to allow our local officials to reach out to see what program model would be beneficial for them. And then if it's not, they can report back to the commissioner, and then we'll look at it again next year. And so it was that was the approach between the two chambers that it was reached.
Okay, and my colleague from Tallahatchie made a valid point that agreements are meant to benefit both parties. So in this legislation, you said there are enhanced penalties, am I correct?
That would be correct.
Are there enhanced penalties for ICE agents for doing harm to U.S. citizens
We
and
don't
immigrants?
there's nothing in this legislation with regard to that. That would be controlled by federal law anyway, gentlemen. You're well aware that all individuals in the United States of America and under the Mississippi Constitution have constitutional rights. And constitutional rights override statutes all day and every day. Okay?
That is correct.
And so,
to your point, do you agree with me that several cities and states have passed laws to not cooperate with ICE?
I'm not aware of anyone,
I can
gentlemen.
give you a couple: California, Illinois, City of Chicago, Atlanta.
Okay. Yeah.
So
if you say so, gentlemen,
yeah.
I have no reason to not think you're being.
Yeah. So within that issue, and not trying to be argumentative, the enhanced penalties for individuals who are not documented, quote unquote, as they like to say rather, but there's no enhanced penalties for those agents who do harm to individuals, U.S. citizens, and you've seen it. It's been all over the news, and there is no enhanced penalty for those individuals.
It's my understanding, aside from the constitutional between the United States and the state of Mississippi, that ICE is held to their own standards and their rules and regulations on how they conduct their conduct. And I don't want to get off into the tall grass with that, because this is not what this bill is about. This bill is about allowing individuals to allowing our counties to enter into these agreements, and then providing a 6-month penalty for being here without, 2 years if you come back, and then some enhancements on top to type of felony after that.
Okay, that's fine. So what about those individuals who have visas to be here, those individuals who are here legally, who have been detained, harassed, jailed, separated from their families, deported illegally? What is the penalty for that?
Gentlemen, this would not have any effect on anyone that's here legally, that have proper visa numbers, identification numbers. That has nothing to do. Now, let me tell you this. And it has to be illegal. So if you're here as a documented individual, then you would face the state crime regular without the enhancement.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Hopgood-Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Certainly.
So isn't one of the primary functions of government to protect its citizens?
I would agree.
And wouldn't you say this bill is only going to apply to those serious offenders, murderers, rapists? Those are committing crimes, not just illegal aliens, but criminal illegal aliens.
It's going to apply to anyone that commits an offense that's 12 months or greater with an enhancement, yes.
Correct. And wouldn't the program 287G, wouldn't by passing these off to ICE, wouldn't that actually save our communities money instead of us having to house them longer?
It's my understanding that if you sign these types of agreements, it increases the time that you can exchange the individuals that have been detained and make a smoother transition for our local law enforcement with ICE. That's my understanding.
So this can save money, and it's protecting our citizens, which is what we're upheld to do.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, you mentioned something earlier that had my ears perk up. You mentioned immunity being granted to our sheriffs if they enter into these agreements?
I didn't, it's my understanding.
You said it.
Listen, gentlemen, don't get too excited now. You're dancing before we get ready. All right? I said that if you enter into these agreements, there is some federal protection laws that can be gathered.
Can you tell us about them?
I don't know all the specifics of them, gentlemen.
Now, you wouldn't stand up there and present something and not have any information about it, would you?
Gentlemen, I will stand up here and explain the bill the best I can, and the best I can tell you is there are instances and there are benefits that allow you to enter into these agreements.
What type of benefits, gentlemen?
That's why we're exploring this and allowing them to have an opportunity to get into it. There's actually individuals, there are benefits to get money, there's to get money granted. Trucks, automobiles, my understanding, benefit grant money, things of that nature, and actually have a better cooperation with ICE as well.
So there are certain benefits that we're passing this bill to explore. Is that, I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
All right, repeat the question. I'm trying to follow you, gentlemen. You're trying to walk me down the path, and I wish you'd just go ahead and get there.
Well, listen, me and you don't even dance to the same music, so we'll never dance, okay? But I don't know if he can dance. I got 2 left feet. But anyway, point being is you said there were certain benefits, correct?
Gentlemen, I've explained the bill, and I said there are advantages to entering into these types of agreements. So,
and I asked you what type of benefits, and you said we're going to explore those.
I'm giving all of our local law enforcement opportunities a chance to reach out to ICE to look into these agreements and make a reasonable attempts to enter into them. And so then they can document those reasons and send them to the commissioner and say why they wanted to enter into them or they didn't. And so that's what we're doing, gentlemen. We're providing, we are requiring them to look into these 287G agreements, make an attempt to enter into these. We're requiring the Department of Public Safety, the commissioner, who I believe already has an agreement like this with them, to look into these types of things. And so that's what we're trying to do, gentlemen.
Who covers the cost of these benefits that you're asking these sheriffs to explore?
Gentlemen, any benefit that would be provided by the federal government or the state of Mississippi would be paid for by the taxpayers.
And what would you say if I told you that the federal government is not going to cover any of these costs?
Well, you're more than welcome to say that, gentlemen.
Okay.
And
gentlemen, hold on. Let me tell you that under the governing federal statute of USC 1357 G1, ICE is prohibited from covering the costs of such agreements. That's current law.
Repeat that again, gentlemen. I'm sorry.
Okay. Under the governing federal statute, USC section 1357 G1, ICE is prohibited from covering the cost of such agreements.
Covering the cost of the agreements. So you're saying there's no benefit, no package whatsoever for them to get them.
I asked you who was going to pay for them.
I told you that all agreements. Go ahead.
You want me to repeat what you said, or you want to repeat what you said but change it a little bit?
I think we need to start over, gentlemen. You need to ask what your question is, and then let me answer it.
I've asked several questions, and you've danced around every last one of them. And no music is playing.
Mm-hmm. All right, so go. Hit me.
Who's going to cover the cost?
The costs are always paid by any type of program in the state of Mississippi through the taxpayers, either that be federal or state. The American citizens, the ones that protects the America, the one that protects the United States citizens, the one that protects Mississippians. Those are the individuals that are going to be paying for these taxes. Now, you're trying to point out that maybe they do not pay county or local officials for those costs. But I hate to tell you this, gentlemen, but Mississippians pay federal income taxes as well. So all of those individuals do that. And so that's where we are, gentlemen.
So you are saying that the citizens in this state would have to bear these costs because ICE is not going to do it.
I disagree with the way this statement is said, because I think a lot of the individuals in the state of Mississippi are concerned about public safety, and they're also concerned about the well-being of this state.
And so it's okay that they have to bear the cost because they're concerned about public safety and everything else you just mentioned. Because I asked you were the citizens going to bear the cost, because ICE is not, and you said you disagreed with the statement I made.
and then you came back and justified why citizens would be okay with bearing the cost. But my question to you was, for the second time, are the citizens of this state going to bear those costs?
Could you repeat all 6 of those lead-on questions before I get to it again?
Are the citizens, third time.
You had it back earlier. Go back about 5 or 6 where I can
I'm
answer.
going to go to the question I've asked now for the 4th time. Are
Well,
the
I've
citizens
asked,
going to,
gentlemen,
are the citizens going to bear the cost? The citizens of this state going to bear these costs?
The citizens of this nation and the citizens of this state will be paying the cost of any governmental program, including education dollars, including highway dollars, including other things of that nature. That is all the cost associated with running a state and a nation.
Let me ask you this. Are your constituents in favor of this?
Gentlemen, we are all elected here to serve a purpose. We may all agree or disagree on policy. Policies that you and I, we disagree on policy sometimes. This may be an issue that we disagree with.
But you would agree with me if we had the ballot initiative, we could let the people speak to it, right?
Gentlemen, you're jumping off subject right now. Now, I'm not going down that road with you. What I'm going to say is, we're all here elected to do what we think our constituents want us to do. You may not agree with me, and I may not agree with you, but we are here in a body of decorum, and we're here to debate these types of issues. And so that's what we're going to do here today, and I'm blessed to be sitting here by the people of District 35, and I don't know your number, gentlemen. I just know you from Pike. 98
in the state.
And they're glad to have you too.
So I appreciate that soliloquy. Are the people in your district in favor of this legislation? That was the question I asked.
Gentlemen, I believe you can't find an issue that 100% of everybody's in. We have 122 members in this body, and we seldomly ever get 122. We usually have 1 vote. So to say that 190% of my district would be for it, I can't say that. But all I can do is be sitting down here to make a decision that I think is best, not only for the state of Mississippi and my constituents, and I feel like public safety is very important in this state and the United States, and so that's why I'm up here presenting this bill.
Well, let me ask you this, gentlemen. I'm still kind of stuck on the money thing. If a sheriff's department is sued, then who covers those litigation costs?
If they get sued?
Yeah, if they get sued.
That would be the county.
So
the county or their insurance
so
policy.
If Pike County Sheriff's Office gets sued, then it's up on me and the rest of my citizens in District 98, we have to bear those costs based off of this law that they may enter into agreement with, take reasonable actions to enter an agreement with.
I disagree with that, but we're going to disagree
with that we have to pay the litigation cost?
You added a little bit of stuff at the end, gentlemen.
Okay. So who pays the litigation cost? Do me and my constituents, we have to pay the litigation cost if the sheriff's office gets sued?
You know as well as I know that anyone can make an accusation or sue anybody if they would like. Now, whether that's true, that's why we have a legal process. They would be required to defend that, the county or their carrier or someone else. Just like if someone ran into them with an automobile or something. You know, that is where we are. That's part of being a law enforcement agency, that some things are going to come up like that. That's why we have sovereign immunity and other things out there with regard to that.
Has there been any consideration to give money to the counties in the effort to defend these suits if they occur?
Gentlemen, this is a program that we're starting out. This is the first year. This is something that I will definitely consider next year. We're going to have the information reported to us on October the 1st, 2026. We're going to talk at it. We'll come back this next year and we'll look at it again. And that's one of the reasons why we also have a repealer where we can continue to look at this legislation.
Okay, well, I just want to make myself clear that the citizens in District 98 do not want to bear the cost of lawsuits created by this body. And so, gentlemen, I think this is a bad piece of legislation. It's unnecessary. And I'll get off the dance floor since you never turned on any good music.
That's a good one. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to ask any question, but when the lady from Pearl River brought up an issue, I couldn't help it because I think there's a little misunderstanding. when we start talking about the enhanced penalties, you used two words interchangeably. You said felony, then you said 12 months or more. So which one is it?
It's 12 months or more.
12 months or more. So we're not talking about individuals who've just been convicted of felonies.
We're talking about individuals that they commit a new felony, anything that has a sentence of 12 months or more.
And it specifically says in there 12 months or more. It don't say more than 12 months, correct?
I have to look at it again. Let me look at it soon. It may say 12 months or more then.
12 months or more. Now, you're familiar with Class A misdemeanors.
I am.
Class A misdemeanors are things like simple assault, shoplifting, petty theft, disorderly conduct, misdemeanor marijuana possession. Penalty is up to 12 months. So these individuals would have to do their 1 week in jail for possession or petty theft, and in addition to that, do 2 years.
Well, gentlemen, you know how the process works when you get charged with something that is a felony or not, and there are also all other types of things as they work themselves through the process. You know that as well as I do, and so that's where we are. If you say that's in the legislation, and it says 12 months or more?
12 months.
Okay, then it would be 12 months or more.
It don't say they have to be sentenced. It says the penalty is 12 months or more. So anybody that is a undocumented immigrant that is convicted of a Class A misdemeanor gonna get whatever time the judge gave them plus 2 years.
It's going to be what the judge wants to end up doing ultimately on that, gentlemen.
And gentlemen, I respectfully disagree with you, because when you read the statute, that 2 years is mandatory. Mm-hmm. It says a minimum of 3 years, a maximum of 5. So even if I'm a judge and I have some sympathy towards that individual, this statute ties his hand. Mm-hmm. Correct?
I disagree, but you're welcome to your opinion, gentlemen.
Now, gentlemen, let me go back. Misdemeanors, I think we established that you could get convicted of a misdemeanor and you can get up to 3 years in jail. Now, we have justice court judges in this state who hear misdemeanor cases. Is there any concern about a judge that don't have a law degree giving out sentences up to 3 years in jail?
Gentlemen, they do not have jurisdiction to put a sentence up to the Mississippi Department of Corrections. That is limited to a circuit court judge.
Okay, I thought you would say that. So how would this work? I go to, on the Class A misdemeanor, I go to the justice court judge. The justice court judge convict me of that misdemeanor. Under the statute, is it passed on the circuit court? Do you send it up to the district attorney? I mean, just walk me through it. I shoplift. I don't have my documents.
Well, I guess you could get charged. Then you would have a preliminary hearing. You could be bound over, and they could have that would get you into the circuit court level. But
right, because your statute says it's a felony, so you'll get bound over. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
So, I guess I have two worries, gentlemen. I guess my first worry is that you have essentially disagreed with almost every member of the House of Representatives on this bill. At some point, we've got to read the room, and I'll say that by even just quoting the first part of the bill. It says, beginning no later than October 1st and until the law enforcement agency enters into a written agreement. Sir, my worry is that we're hedging on coercion, because we're saying, oh, until you do this, meaning that there's an assumption that you have to do this. Wouldn't you agree that that language needs to be addressed?
I disagree.
There it is.
State that again, gentlemen.
No, he disagreed again. I was just pointing out that he disagreed again.
I'm ready for the next question, gentlemen.
So moving further, sir, I'll finish with this one. The issue is there was an earlier bill that we passed here that was going to allow sheriffs to be able to renegotiate fees with the municipalities. Is there not a fear that now we have more people going to jail, that's going to now incur more costs that those sheriffs will then have to put to those municipalities? Thus, again, it's also been said in this room that we're slowly edging to a no-income state. Do we not have worry that eventually someone's not going to have the money to pay for this, including the taxpayers?
Appreciate your statement, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to disagree with it, and I'll be glad to listen to your next question.
Gentlemen, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Okay. My first question is, my colleague asked about the sheriff's associations. What about our board of supervisors, the supervisors association, and our local police chiefs? Has any information been given from them how they actually feel about this legislation and the fees that they will?
We reached in some county law enforcement agencies who reached out with some concerns, and so that's why we inserted the language, making a reasonable attempt to enter into those. There's other things that you can do under 287G, and we want them to explore that. And so that's why we're going to bring this piece of legislation back next year if we have to. Well, there may be valid reasons why it's not beneficial, but that's the reason why we had the shall make a reasonable attempt to.
Okay, and what about with your board of supervisors?
Well, lady, we're all elected. Some of us have multiple board of supervisors. Some of those individuals reached out to their members. Their members have come to me. But we are here on the state level to make a lot of decisions that we are to make. And so I can't say that I've spoken to every board of supervisors in the state.
Not individually, the Board of Supervisors Association.
Lady, I have not spoken with every board of supervisor, but we had some individuals that reached out, and that's why we've made some changes and some adjustments.
No. So, and my next question is, with this legislation, does it allow for deportation or removal by the state?
Lady, the legislation before us says 6 months for being here, 2 years for an extra violation, then with the penalty enhancements on top of that.
Are we going to come back and have legislation added to state how we can identify an illegal immigrant? Because none of these states how they're going to be identified.
I think they're identified by their status. You know, you're a United States citizen, you have green cards, visas, other types of information.
That's general identification. So, that's a general identification.
Okay.
So that's the identification that we're going to have in this language.
It's hard to hear, but lady, we're going to try to document.
We really can't hear.
So.
But members are indicating they cannot hear. Please keep your conversations to a minimum. Continue, lady. Gentlemen.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
My question was, is there gonna be any other identifiable form? The form now that we have within the legislation, it doesn't give you a concrete how you're going to be identified as an illegal immigrant. I could be coming out of a grocery store and someone has said that I'm here and I don't have my documentation on me. That's what I'm asking. Is it gonna be concrete legislation that allows you to identify?
Well, you know.
So that means I'm gonna have to go back home and get my paper.
Well, I mean, most individuals where they go today have all their documentation on them. You have to have a driver's license to go down the road. You have to have an ID to use a bank account. You know, we live in a society now that requires documentation of where you're at. Unfortunately, you can't go anywhere without showing their identification with this digital world what they live in. And so
that's what we're gonna use for this legislation.
Gentlemen, lady, that would be up to whatever individual law enforcement agency that decides to do something or to take or not take action, so I can't account for that. But, you know, if you're here legally and you have your proper documentation, just like if you had a driver's license or birth certificate of the nature, you would be good.
Okay.
That's my understanding. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
If the gentleman would yield, please.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to determine if I'm looking at the right report. Under Section 5, could you look at Section 5 for me?
All right. Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Okay. Under Section 5, am I correct in reading that it talks about entering and attempting to enter this state?
Yes.
So I'm correct in my reading of that?
Your reading says detained while entering or attempting to enter this state directly.
Okay. Now, if an undocumented individual is already here, is that a criminal offense under this act?
Well, the statute says trying to entering or attempting to enter into this state directly from a nation shall be guilty. That's right.
Okay. So if someone is already here and they are not attempting to enter this state, that's not an offense. Am I correct?
The way you're reading that would be offense. It would still be an offense under United States immigration law. It would be.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, if they're already here. But my question is, as I read it, if they're already here, because we have thousands and thousands of undocumented persons already here, the fact that they're already here would not create a state offense.
Gentlemen, the language says while attempting or attempting to enter.
If you're already here.
That would be, if you were detained, that could be an argument, gentlemen, for you.
That would be what now?
You could raise that argument if you wanted to,
Okay,
gentlemen.
so as I read it, and I read it over and over and over again, if the individual is already here, it is not a criminal offense.
That is your interpretation, and of course, other people determine things the other way, but the language just said while attempting to enter or not enter.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking for guidance from you as the chairman of the committee.
Mm-hmm.
As I already read it, if they're already here, it is not an offense.
The language says while attempting to enter or entering.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, do you mind if I speak?
Sir?
Do you mind if I speak?
You're recognized to question the gentleman from Choctaw
Gentlemen,
regarding this bill.
Do you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I listen to you year in and year out. And oftentimes it seems to me that you're the one that brings the bad news from the other side. And I don't know if that's intentional or if it's done deliberately or whatever the case is, but I think we would have a wonderful house if you would tone it down a little bit. Now, I can't tell you to do that, but it just seems that you bring the negative to this body, and I think you enjoy the term that does when you do that. But I know that everybody got a role to play, and we just appreciate you in your role. But it just seems to me that you bring the gamut, and we don't need to have the gamut on some of our situations. The state is poor as it can be, yet we're pushing legislative costs to them day in and day out. So I just wish that you would consider being a little more moderate and thinking about the low-income situation that our state is in, and that is not personally toward you. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Appreciate you, Mr. Brown.
Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly, lady.
Just one more time, if you don't mind. I did hear Representative gentleman from Holmes County have, a question concerning justice court judges. Let me just make sure that I got it clear, if you could help me. So you're saying that if a justice court judge imposes a 12-month sentence for a misdemeanor, that this is an enhanced, I guess, penalty? So then that justice court judge will then be able to issue a 3-year sentence? Is that what I'm understanding?
I disagree with your statement, but I appreciate your question. Thank you.
No, I'm asking a question.
I'm disagreeing with the way you made the statement, lady, but I appreciate you asking it.
Is that 1 + 2 = 3, or is that 1 + 1 = 1?
I will tell you this, lady. One time we were in this chamber, somebody said, does 2 + 2 = 4? And he said no. So, but lady, appreciate your question. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll just figure out what is, right? Gotcha.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Certainly.
I know there's been a lot, I'm just probably whipping a horse here, but there's been a lot of debate about who's going to shoulder the cost of this. And you can go straight to the federal website, and it talks about agencies that enter into agreements, $7,500 for equipment per trained TFO, $100,000 for new vehicles per MOA, salary and benefit reimbursement per trained TFO, overtime funds up to 25% of salary. So the feds are willing to take on a serious portion of the cost of any kind of agreement that we have. So I think that should lay to rest some of this concern that all of our local counties and cities are going to have to foot the bill for.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Over to the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 75 yeas, 39 nays, the report is adopted. Where are we? Okay, we've done 20. Judge A passes on item 28. You pass, gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have Senate Bill 2322. This is the bill that came over with regard to driver's licenses. We did make a couple of changes to the report. We did say earlier that there could be no change of a driver's license with regard to an individual's sex that was determined at birth. However, we did allow that a birth certificate to be changed for correction of a scrivener's error, any misidentification of an individual's sex at birth due to a verifiable disorder, or any correction of a license that was previously voluntarily altered to a sex other than the sex of the person described in the record at birth. And also basically says that the state of Mississippi is not going to recognize driver's licenses from individual other states that have undocumented and do not provide proper documentation for their driver's license. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Okay, gentlemen, here we go again. All right. Senate Bill 2322. Mr. Chairman, I have a question about, this is in, let me see here. This is line 109, where it says unable to prove lawful presence. Can you explain to me what that means?
That would be having a driver's license, visa, proper documentation.
And what's considered proper documentation?
If you're coming from outside of the country, you have a visa, green card, or passport information, things of that nature.
So if a person is coming from the state of Tennessee and they have a driver's license that is obviously from the state that they came from, they would need to have some type of documentation to prove that they are lawfully present in the United States?
Yes, if you're driving with a driver's license, some individual states issue driver's license to all individuals that have visas, passport, those types of documentation. There are 13, 19, don't hold me to that number, states that will allow a driver's license to be issued to an undocumented immigrant. And so Tennessee is not one of those states, so we wouldn't have an issue with that.
So we will now need to have our birth certificate with us while we go into the grocery store?
No, you'll just have to have whatever type of identification that allowed you into the United States of America, or you'd have to have the identification that the state of Tennessee or the state of Mississippi allowed you to drive down the roads. All the individuals that go down the roads of the state of Mississippi.
Slow down, you sounded like the gentleman from Rankin County, like you're making a deal.
All of the individuals in the state of Mississippi have to have a driver's license to ride down the road, lady. If you don't have a driver's license to ride down the road, you're subject to having a ticket for not having a driver's license. So that is nothing that's not been changed. That law is always there, has been there, continues to be there, and will always be there in this great state.
So if that's always been there, what are we doing with this? Why do we need this?
Like I explained earlier, lady, we're not going to recognize driver's licenses from out of states that are not provided proper documentation.
We're not going to recognize driver's licenses from out of state without providing proper documentation.
Lady, you have to have a driver's license. Different states have different requirements for driver's licenses.
Obviously, we know that,
okay, well,
in order to operate a motor vehicle, right, you need a driver's license.
And some states do not require them to have documentation, like passports, visas, or whatever they're allowed to enter into this country with. Sometimes those expire. And so those driver's licenses would be issued to the time that expires. There are certain states out there that do not recognize them. And so what we're saying, to ride in the state of Mississippi, you're going to have one of those driver's licenses.
So this is not in the commission of a crime or an alleged crime. This is just a person driving down the roadway. They need to have proof of lawful presence to present with their driver's license.
You have to have proper documentation to ride in the state of Mississippi with a driver's license. You have to have a valid driver's license. This states that you're going to have a valid driver's license from out of state. It has to be documented.
So how would an officer know to request documentation to prove lawful presence from a driver? Is it based on how a person looks or how they speak or what?
No, lady. They're identified as not providing the documentation. It's my understanding of it. If you need to pick your phone up to read the question, you can.
Excuse me?
Well, you look like you're looking at your phone. So,
I'm looking at the bill, gentlemen.
Oh, okay. All right.
Don't be disrespectful now. We're going to have some respect in this chamber here.
I wish.
And if I did need to pick up my phone to ask a question, I have a right to do that, don't I, gentlemen?
Well, you can do anything you want to do.
Thank you, gentlemen. So let me go back to the bill that's in my hand. On line 95, where it talks about renewal or duplicate driver's license. So Mississippians have to renew their driver's license ever so often. Is this language saying that upon renewal of our driver's license, we need to show a birth certificate?
Lady, you have to provide certain documentation that's required under federal law to get your driver's license. You know, to travel with TSA.
Yeah, when you first get your driver's
you got to get
license,
the Gold Star. A lot of that stuff is controlled. Is my understanding is controlled by that.
But upon a renewal of a driver's license, you don't have to do that. So my question is, in this language, in this conference report that you're presenting, that I'm reading, not on my phone, but on black and white.
Okay.
In order for me to renew my driver's license, I need to bring my birth certificate to DPS to do that?
There are certain times, I think, where you have to have it renewed. Actually, to be honest with you, I do believe they did not keep a copy of those birth certificates that go so far back, because I've actually had to help some constituents because they didn't have a copy of their driver's license. But I think beginning in a certain year, they actually do have copies, and they're keeping copies of all those birth certificates. I do know with the Gold Star came out, we had a couple issues several years with regard to that, but that's why you have to have it. And it's become an issue sometimes with the change of a name. But yeah, to get a driver's license, to be able to travel in the state of Mississippi, to be able to board an airplane and do those other types of things, you have to provide that proper documentation.
Upon first receiving a driver's license, yes, I have a son who went to DPS to get a driver's license, and we had to provide a whole packet of documentation, yes. But on the renewal of, is my question, on the renewal of, you've already done what you were supposed to do to receive your first driver's license. On the renewal of a driver's license, I need to go back under the mattress or in the safe deposit box to find a birth certificate to renew my driver's license?
Lady, I said they have a copy of all of them up to a certain year. I do know that I've had to help constituents when they got a renewal or changed their license that they didn't have a copy on it. I remember speaking to somebody from DPS. Sometimes the older individuals, they may or may not have a copy of that scanned in. Normally, with the way everything happens now with travel, they already have a copy of it. But I believe that paragraph also talks about a change of a driver's license with regard to a change of the sex or a change of the identification of the gender on the driver's license.
For sex on the driver's license?
That's right.
Okay. So if I connect the dots between this report and the last report that we just voted on, lines 53 through 61, it talks about a license having a particular designation if they are not a U.S. citizen. And so if they have that designation that they're not a U.S. citizen, then would they be then mandated to be under this whole agreement you were talking about where the county official can arrest that person and refer them to ICE, even with the designation on the driver's license?
Lady, after speaking, I did speak with the Commissioner, Department of Public Safety. They already have protocols. I can't recall all of them to you right now if you're not a United States citizen or you're here on a visa, but I think they pretty much follow a lot of the other states with regard to having to have that proper documentation. You have to have a valid driver's license to go down the state of Mississippi to drive down the roads. I want to say that's anybody can be taken to jail for not having a valid driver's license. Or they can be issued a citation to return later that day. I can't remember what, 30 days, 60 days, maybe something like that.
Yes,
I can't recall right off the top of my head.
We're not talking about the validity of a driver's license. We're talking about a special designation that determines whether or not a person is a U.S. citizen. That's on lines 58, 59, and 60.
That's right. And it's my understanding that they already have some type of designation that identifies when that driver's license expires. Like if you're in the state of Mississippi and you're here on a passport or some type of visa, then your driver's license is only extended to that date.
So the law enforcement officer would not be obligated to report that person for having said designation?
They would be here legally and have proper documentation if it was past the expired time. And you're jumping over into another bill now. I'm really here to discuss
going off on a bill.
On a valid driver's license. So if they got pulled over, their driver's license is expired, they would be violating Mississippi law.
Okay. So are we telling the folks who have driver's license in other states don't come to Mississippi?
I don't think so. I think what we're saying is we're going to require if you operate on the roads of the state of Mississippi, state roads and highways, you're going to have a valid driver's license issued from a state that has documented the presence of that individual.
Well, they have valid driver's licenses from Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana, North Dakota, California. They're coming for homecoming, for family reunion in Mississippi, because we know we got folks all over the country from Mississippi, right? They're coming home. So they have a valid driver's license, but we're saying that those driver's licenses won't be accepted unless they can prove that they have lawful presence in the country. That's what we're saying in this bill.
Basically what it's saying, no, it's not saying that. It's saying that the commissioner under Section 2 shall prescribe a form for people who issued licenses under this state, in the state of Mississippi. But you go over to the other section, that's where it talks about other licenses that have not been there. So that.
Well, gentlemen, let me read it for you.
Okay.
Okay. It says a driver's license or other permit purporting to authorize the holder to operate a motor vehicle on public roadways issued by another state or jurisdiction to a person unable to prove lawful presence in the U.S. when the license or permit is issued shall be invalid in this state and does not authorize the holder to operate a motor vehicle in this state.
Which line are you on, lady? Because I thought we were on line 59.
I'm on line 106.
Oh, okay. You've got out of that section onto another section. Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, I didn't know you jumped over.
I'm talking about the same bill. We can jump from section to section, gentlemen.
Okay. Just tell me where you're reading from again, lady.
Line 106.
Okay. And what's your question?
My question is that a person who is not from Mississippi that has a valid driver's license and they come to Mississippi even though they have a driver's license, a valid driver's license from another state, their license here would be invalid if they cannot provide documentation that they have lawful presence in the U.S. That's what this language is saying.
No.
I'm just getting clarification.
I disagree with you. What it says is, if you're issued a driver's license by a state that does not require any documentation, like you go get a driver's license issued, it's my understanding that they say that they're an illegal immigrant, that they've not provided any documentation. If you have a visa, all of that information is on the licenses. You come through this state, it will be valid, there will be no other issue. What it's saying is the state of Mississippi does not recognize that license.
But how would a law enforcement officer know that?
I think, lady.
How do they know all the state laws from the other 49 states to determine whether or not, if they got a driver's license, that means that they have met all the qualifications to be a valid driver in that state. They can't come from, they live in Senatobia or Holly Springs, work in Memphis, or vice versa, I should say. They live in Memphis, work in Holly Springs. They come from Tennessee to Mississippi with a Tennessee driver's license. If they can't prove lawful presence, then their driver's license is invalid?
I think Tennessee does not issue driver's licenses to individuals that have not have been documented, so that's not going to be a problem.
Oh, just for that one particular state. But for the other states?
There are a handful of states that do not require any documentation, so that would be one of those states, lady. I don't know.
So their driver's license is invalid. What happens?
You're subject to arrest, or you're subject to a citation, one of the two.
Okay, and then their vehicle is taken from them.
If you're arrested, it would be towed. If you're subject to a citation, you would be ordered to come back into court on a certain day.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen,
Thank
for
you,
answering
lady.
all my questions.
I always enjoy friendly interrogation with
And
you.
so do I. Look, it's not personal.
Y'all can get together after
It's not
today.
personal. We're just asking questions. That's what we're supposed to do. It's not personal.
He's got a photo. He's getting a photo of y'all to memorialize this event. Turn around and look at the camera, lady, and he's got you. Turn around and look. There you go. Here we go. He's got both of y'all. All right. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Y'all gonna make me blush a little bit.
I hope I don't make you blush. I'm concerned if that happens.
Thank you, gentlemen.
My question for you is, there in the Mississippi Delta, there are several different entities that hire people from different countries, like Stoneful, Delta, I can't think of Delta Ag, all those places, those research centers and stuff. And people come over, they have 2-3 year work visas. So what happens to that individual who comes over here under a work visa program and his or her driver's license expire while they're here in Mississippi? What recourse does that person have to get a driver's license here or get a temporary?
My understanding is, after speaking with the commissioner, that they issue those driver's licenses if it's for more than a year. I don't know what the exact protocol is. I don't recall it. But I know he sees whatever documentation that you have, and you issue that driver's license until that date it would expire, or either you have to come back in and renew it again. I can't tell you because I don't recall exactly.
So can they be detained? Can they be arrested?
Gentlemen, under the legislation, even if you ride down the road today without a driver's license, you can be detained without your driver's license. I could be detained without my driver's license, or we can get a citation issued to you.
So, answer this question here. I have several kids who live outside of this state. I have one that stays in North Carolina. I have another one that lives in New York. I have another one that lives in Tennessee, and I have another one that lives in Denver, Colorado. They come here, and they're here visiting. They're here for some reason, and their driver's license expired, and they're going to be here for 6 months. Can they get a driver's license here in Mississippi based off of their information from those states?
To get a driver's license in the state of Mississippi, you have to meet certain residency requirements.
So they're living here. They're born, raised here. They moved away. They come back to take care of us in our diminished capacity. They're going to be here for a few months. Their driver's license expire. What can they do under, and how would this law affect them?
I don't think this law is going to affect anything with regard to that. You have to have a valid driver's license to ride down the roads in the state of Mississippi. If they have a driver's license that's issued from out of state, and I know you're trying to get somewhere with it. I'm just trying to say they would need to renew the driver's license.
I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, of course. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't do something that would damage people trying to come back to Mississippi and something happens. You go places, you lose your wallet. You travel. I leave here and go to New York, lose my wallet. I have no identification. But because I got something on my phone or something, I can probably go to the Department of Motor Vehicles and get a temporary ID from that state to prove who I am so I can get back home. Can people do that here? That's all I'm asking. I'm trying not to send folks to jail because you're trying to prove a point. And I need you to answer my question, not say I appreciate your question and all that stuff. I need an answer, man.
Well, gentlemen,
I'm not here playing games.
I will try to answer the questions that revolve the bill. If you get pulled over in the state of Mississippi, you don't have your driver's license, most of the officers ask for your Social Security number. Once you provide the Social Security number, they run that Social Security number, all your information pops up. And then they have the right to either issue a citation and say enter into court for not having a driver's license. 9 times out of 10, they say if you show up to court with your driver's license, they dismiss the ticket. That has been my recollection of what a lot of jurisdictions do. Not to argue one way or the other, you just got to have a driver's license to drive in the state of Mississippi. So if you're coming over the state of Mississippi from out of state and it's about to expire, you probably need to get it renewed. If you get to the state of Mississippi and it expires, you could probably reach back out to them to get a renewal of that driver's license or change your residency back to this great state.
So in this state, we've had a recent influx of South Africans who have been driving 18-wheelers and all kind of stuff, and some of them had some very serious traffic accidents. Under this provision, can they be detained?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
We've had a large influx of South Africans in this state. Some of them are working in the agricultural field. Some of them have been cited for automobile accidents, especially 18-wheelers. Can they be detained under this section?
Do they have a valid Mississippi driver's license?
They got an international license. I don't know if they got, I know they're from South Africa. So what happens to them?
My understanding, after speaking with the commissioner, if you're here with a visa or a passport, that you can apply for a driver's license and they'll issue that to you. But you got to have the proper documentation. So all they have to do is go get the proper documentation.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I have a question for you. Now, some states issue driver's license without verifying immigration status. Can you tell us how many states currently do that?
What line are you on, gentlemen?
I'm not looking at the bill. I'm looking at some notes I have here. Give me 1 second. I cannot find a particular line. It's such a lengthy bill. But what I would like to know is, so the states that are issuing license without verifying their immigration status or their citizenship status, do we know how many states that will be affected by this?
Don't hold me to the number, but it's 9 or 11 or something like that. 9 or 10, 11, maybe.
Okay, so the issue with that is how will, when we look at an enforcement standpoint, and so we have a person traveling from one of those states, what are we doing? Are we going to train our officers to say they're from a state that does not meet the standards, so you need to further verify?
My understanding is they have markings on those driver's licenses, and of course all driver's licenses now have a scan on the back that I'm aware of. So most law enforcement takes that officer, they take that driver's license, they scan it through the machine. And, but that's my understanding.
Okay, so the enforcement mechanism behind this is if somebody comes with one of those licenses and they don't have a birth certificate or something to prove their citizenship, they can be subjected to a citation or arrested.
No, there is, the driver's license from these other states say illegal, maybe not illegal, or undocumented or something of that nature. If you have documentation, it's a proper identification and it's identified. And that's the difference between the two.
So I'm just trying
That is my understanding, okay?
Okay.
So I haven't personally viewed all of those driver's licenses from other states.
So I guess what I'm wondering is if we have a person that has a driver's license that does not meet this formula, they're going to be subjected to possibly being arrested or cited. Well, if they're cited with a ticket because we're saying they don't have a valid driver's license, how will they get back home to the state?
My understanding, gentlemen, and the way I've explained this before is if you and I don't have a driver's license, it doesn't matter if we don't have a driver's license. We can be taken in, okay? Or we're given an alternative to be issued a citation. That is current law. And so that would be at the discretion of the officer.
So gentlemen, I agree with you on that. If we have somebody driving from Minnesota and they come here and they don't have any driver's license, they should be cited. But if they have a Minnesota license and it's one of these states that does not qualify, if they have a Minnesota license, they've done what they were supposed to do in Minnesota and they're visiting Mississippi, so that person can be either arrested or either cited, and if they're cited, they can't get behind the wheel to get home. So what do we do in a case like that?
And gentlemen, just like if I was going down the road and my driver's license had expired, I could be taken to jail or I could be issued a citation. So that law is applying applicably across the state of Mississippi. If your driver's license is expired, you can get a ticket or you can be taken to jail. Most of the time you're issued a citation. And if allowed to go renew, they dismiss it. So, I mean, but yes, gentlemen, everyone is required. Nobody is indifferent with regard to that. We're just identifying what the valid requirements are for that license.
Okay, final question. Is there any mandated reporting to ICE of individuals that don't meet this guideline?
Not under this bill, gentlemen.
So the officer has no reason to report anybody to ICE if they don't?
Not under this piece of legislation.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To Chairman, we yield.
And I need to, the gentleman from Hines, I do need to back up on my last statement from you. On line 126, it says, shall refer the person to United States Immigration Services. So I misspoke that. Even if the citation is issued, they ought to refer that individual to them, or if they're taken in, they ought to refer it. So I apologize for that.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Now, as you have already indicated, Mr. Chairman, there are about 19 states that issue a license to undocumented individuals.
It's 9, 13, or 9. It's a smaller number of states. I may be wrong on the number that I spoke in. It may be 11. I don't know. I think it's a lower number.
And, well, actually 19.
Is it 19? Well, okay.
Okay. And do you know why they issue these licenses to undocumented individuals?
I don't know, gentlemen. That would be speculation, but they're just like their legislature. They've authorized those types of licenses to be issued.
Okay.
And so I'm assuming they've authorized that.
But there's nothing illegal about issuing license to undocumented individuals.
Their state that the driver, each state has a right. The state would issue that driver's license. So one of those states issued that license. They perform the requirements for that. So
there's nothing illegal about that process of issuing license.
That state has authorized a driver's license pursuant to the documentation they require to get a driver's license in that state. Each state is a little bit different. Of course, I believe some of these driver's licenses like that don't allow them to be on TSA and other things of that nature. You got to get the STAR to get the travel, international travel and state and air travel and stuff. Okay. But each state prescribes the forms and regulations with regard to driver's licenses.
Because what I wanted to clear up with, and it does relate to the bill that the House just adopted, being in the United States undocumented, is that a crime?
Under federal law?
Yes, sir. Under Mississippi law, too. Just being in the United States undocumented, is it a crime?
I know it's up to a 6-month sentence or up to a 6-month violation under federal law, whether that's civil or criminal. I can't recall right off the top of my head.
Well, under 8 U.S.C. Section 1325, it says that being in the United States undocumented is not a crime.
I have no reason to doubt what you're saying, gentlemen, if that's what you're saying as you read from that.
Okay, all right. And again, the bill we just passed where we said entering and attempted entering, it really tracks a federal statute that says when you are entering and you are attempting to enter, that is a criminal offense that's punishable by 6 months jail, a maximum. But just being in the United States, being in Mississippi undocumented is not a crime.
That's your opinion, gentlemen?
No, that's federal law, sir.
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Hey, Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
And I'm just, before we vote, I just want to be clear where my colleagues have been focusing on supposedly legal immigrants, but this bill also targets sex as well.
Gentlemen, it basically says about changing identification on the birth certificate.
What about the transgender community?
Gentlemen, it's basically saying that we're going to recognize what it was on the date of birth unless there was a scrivener's error or verifiable medical condition.
So that's a whole other segment that will be targeted with this legislation as well.
I don't know what to say targeting, but that's what we're saying. We're going to use this piece of the criteria that's going to be used to determine what's going to be on that driver's license.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Certainly.
Would you let me read you something right quick?
Sure, certainly.
Section 1, Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution is styled full faith and credit clause. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may, by general laws, prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved and the effect thereof. I know you're a lawyer, and I know, like me, and like all the other lawyers in here, I presume, at least took in law school a course in constitutional law. Whether or not we learned anything in it is another thing, but nevertheless, could you tell me, and I just read you verbatim what Article 4, Section 1 says, full faith and credit. How do you win yourself through full faith and credit with this bill and not worry about the inevitable federal court lawsuit that's going to come about with this?
I'm not going to make the argument in front of you gentlemen about how our Attorney General or anyone that would defend the piece of legislation. All I'm going to tell you is this body is going to make a determination whether or not they want to proceed and try to make the parameters of what they want to have for a valid driver's license. This is the legislative branch, and the judicial branch has their right to interpret the laws pursuant to the constitutional standards. And so we're going to be here in the legislative branch. We're going to pass this, and then if it wants to go forward and go up to the procedure, they can argue that there. There's a lot of laws that have been passed on the state that were held unconstitutional at one time that were overturned, and we're not going to go through the litany of all those because they can go both ways on that. But what I'm going to tell you, gentlemen, is we're going to set the parameters for what a valid driver's license is going to be, and then if the individuals want to contest that, we'll let the Attorney General do that. But I'm not going to sit here and get through a constitutional argument on why I think it's going to be upheld or whether it's not going to be upheld. I'm just going to ask this body, do they want to make that as the parameters for a driver's license? And that's my explanation.
So basically, you're going to ask this body to ignore the plain language of a section of the U.S. Constitution, right?
I disagree with the characterization of that statement, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree, gentlemen. And so, next question.
Could you tell me if you know or not whether I misquoted any of that?
Gentlemen, I've asked and answered the question. We're going to sit here and make the parameters of what a driver's license is going to be. A court later on will determine that. We've already made the parameters on a driver's license and the requirements. We'll let the judicial branch do what they do. The legislative branch is here to pass what we think need to be the requirements for a valid driver's license in the state of Mississippi. I know you may disagree with this bill, and that's fine. There may be a lot of people in this body that disagree with that bill. That's fine. There are a lot of people in this body that I believe support this piece of legislation. And so we're going to take this bill to the board. We're going to vote on it. And, you know, I can't stop anybody from filing a lawsuit. You can't stop anybody from filing a lawsuit. And if that's where we're going to be, that's where we're going to be. But I appreciate your question.
Well, I can't stop anybody from filing a lawsuit either, but as a member of this House who took an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution, it's pretty hard for me to vote something that I know is patently unconstitutional. And we also, and I agree with you, that we're going to agree to disagree. And you said you have stood up there and answered all these questions. We're certainly going to agree to disagree on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
I know we've been on this for a while, so I'm going to make it quick. Let's come from the public safety standpoint. It's been mentioned that there are some 19 states that issue license to undocumented immigrants. That's correct?
That's my understanding.
Why would you think, in your opinion, why would they do that?
That'd be speculation. I don't want to speculate on what another state legislature would do. All I can do is say we got a piece of legislation and a conference report before this body that we're asking you to vote.
So would you agree that if a person has a license from, let's say, Minnesota, that means they had to pass a driving test, learn traffic laws, and have insurance. Would you agree?
I'm not going to agree with all that. It would be speculation. We have a lot of individuals that don't have insurance going down the road today. That's why we all have uninsured motorist coverage. Gentlemen,
let me ask the question, Jim, if I could. So, but they have license. They mean they at least passed the test.
And I think I've asked and answered this question, I know 10 times.
So it's a yes?
I'm answering the question that each state issues driver's licenses based on different criteria. Now, to go travel, you got to have the yellow gold star. That is different requirements right there. So
if a person has a driver license from any state, we would assume they have at least passed that state's test, yes?
That would be a crazy assumption, because I think we got rid of the driver's test in the state of Mississippi a couple of years ago. So I can't, that would be speculation. I'm just saying, because I know we did get rid of it a couple of years ago.
So they got license just out of like a Cracker Jack's box, or where they get license from? Just like out of a vending machine? Or
all I'm saying is that state would issue that driver's license based upon the criteria. I just don't know what that criteria is for each driver's license. So.
The reason I'm asking and having this line of questioning, because people are going to drive. I've heard it mentioned earlier that immigrants are already here. So people are going to drive anyways, right? So if you have a license, I mean, you pass the test, learn the traffic laws, wouldn't you agree that would make our roadways safer? We're about public safety, right?
Gentlemen, laws in states say you got to have a valid driver's license pursuant to these laws, okay? We're setting what the form of that is. A lot of individuals that reside in this state don't have valid driver's license because it's expired, they haven't renewed it, or they have fines and other issues of that matter. That's what we're here for. That's the form and the regulation of the license. I know we're disagreeing on this piece of legislation, and that's fine. I know you keep trying to ask the question several different ways. I just can't. I can't tell you why they issued that driver's license of the state. That's up to that legislature.
Thank you. My final question, Chairman. This piece of legislation, it's not to restrict access, is it?
This is for gentlemen to prescribe the form of that is needed to have a valid driver's license in the state of Mississippi, and what is going to be required to drive down the roads of this state. And that's what we're doing with this.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson, for further interrogation. Try your neighbors.
Yeah, you don't need to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gentleman, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to line 118 through 126, which you mentioned, and my question about this is, it says that a person can be cited, and if they're cited, that they shall be referred to ICE. So does this mean every person that falls into this criteria will be, put on ICE's radar?
It's the legislation says yes, so they have a citation, so they would refer that individual. If it's an undocumented driver's license, they would refer that individual to ICE because that's what the license would be. So
with the invalid license, deemed in the...
It says issue a citation, and anyone with an invalid license can be taken in or issued a citation.
And before I take my seat, the gentleman from Marshall, y'all made a very good point. When we talked about the state of Mississippi, we no longer require a road test in order to get your license.
I thought we may have reinstated that, but I may speculate.
It needs to be reinstated. So we have another state that says if you come to our state and you are from a state that has no road test, then your license is invalid. How would that make you feel?
That's the piece of legislation not in front of me, gentlemen. That would just be an opinion, and I'm not going to have an opinion on something that we're not about to vote on. So,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks. Okay, he passes. I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 38 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman? I can't hear you. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll look into the North Gallery, wait for me up there, Taylor, and help me give a big Mississippi welcome to Taylor Walker. She's with the Goldwater Institute, and she's new to Mississippi and will be repping this area. So you guys give her a big Mississippi welcome, and you'll get to meet her, I'm sure, in days forward.
Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In the North Gallery, on behalf of Representative Maskill, DeWeese, Steverson, and myself, please welcome Mr. Andrew Nowlin, President of Affordable Employee Benefits from Ecru, Mississippi. Andrew.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to go back to item 3, House Bill 538, with consent.
Gentleman requests to go back to item 3, on page 1, House Bill 538. Is there objection? There is objection.
I'll yield the floor for now.
All right, I believe we're to item 31, agriculture. Famous livestock bill. Whose bull's getting gored this afternoon, gentlemen? There's a couple of cups there at the well. You leave a penny when you.
They both. Well, one's got water in it.
Okay. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Item
Mr.
31,
Speaker.
I believe.
Item 31, Senate Bill 2637. Call it up. This is a.
You're recognized to explain the report. You have a new report filed, correct, gentlemen?
This is the Northeast District Livestock Shows. The Senate took it back after we recommitted. They added the 2-year repealer on it. That's the only thing that's been done. So it has the 2-year repealer added back.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Move out of adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 3 nays, the report is adopted. All right, that brings us back down to Judd B. He passes. Ways and Means passes. Judd A, item 39, the last one. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 39, Senate Bill 2848, I move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on item 39, Senate Bill 2848, is to recommit. Those opposed have 5 minutes. See no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion to reconsider calendar is next. Rules calendar, he passes. General calendar for those two items. Gentleman from Pike, are we passing on those? Local and private, he passes. All right, that brings us back to the top. In-conference appropriations, general bills. We'll go through these one time. In-conference ways and means. In-conference general bills. I believe we've done item 1 and 2. That brings us to item 3. Gentleman from Choctaw, you're recognized. Tell members exactly where we are.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, we're on item number 3 on the general calendar, back to the top, House Bill 538.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the bill we passed earlier in the legislative session. Did receive lots of questions regarding whether there should be language entered to enforcing lawful federal immigration laws. We didn't have the word lawful in that. That is put into this piece of legislation. There was a lot of questions with regard to waiver of sovereign immunity. In conference, we took that waiver of sovereign immunity out and said that we would give the Attorney General to investigate any person that is not complying with regard to the requirements of House Bill 538. They can either bring an action for declaratory injunction, seek other relief, or pursue enforcement against a state or local official. So that was a lot of questions that were had about the waiver of sovereign immunity, so we removed that, allowed our Attorney General to look at it, and that's an explanation.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 39 nays, the report is adopted. I believe we've handled item 4. Item 5, State Affairs passes. Item 10, I believe we hadn't handled. It's Judd A. He passes on item 10. Am I skipping one before that? I've got it marked out. I'm sorry. What number, gentlemen? All right. I missed you there.
That's all right.
Gentlemen, you're recognized for item 9.
Call up item 9, House Bill 1142, and recognize Vice Chairman to handle the bill. Conference report.
Gentleman from Pearl Rivers, recognized to explain a report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1142, its original intent was to create a mechanism for judgment nisi notices to be sent out. There was some dispute between the bail agents and the circuit clerks, so we are going to create a study committee to look at the reforms necessary to ensure that these notices are being sent out in a timely, cost-effective manner that also protects the rights of those receiving the notices. We also included in this legislation a provision transitioning the county prosecutor of a particular county to go to full-time status if that board agrees. Additionally, we include in here a school board reform for one particular district that the delegation in that area requested and all agreed to on both sides of the building. That is an explanation of this conference report, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just didn't hear you on the county prosecutor portion. You said who has to agree to that?
The Board of
can elect?
Supervisors may opt to let their county prosecutor go to full-time status. That's in Lamar County.
Okay, only in Lamar?
Only in Lamar. So right now, as it sits, every individual county has to be voted on by the legislature.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I missed the gentleman from the coast's question. Was his question in regards to the school district?
No, it wasn't.
What school district are you referring to?
It's in Port River County, Poplarville School District.
Oh, this is your school district?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Members have privileges, isn't that something? Okay, so this bill is about bench warrants, though. What was it was a Latin term that you used. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what it means.
Judgment nisi scire facius. So whenever an individual is on bail and they abscond, the court has to send notices to those bail agents.
Whenever an individual is on bail and they what?
Abscond, like they don't stay in contact, don't show up to court, and they can't find them. The court has to send notices to the bail agents and notify them, hey, your guy's not here. Get them here, or else we're going to collect on the bond or turn you over to the insurance commission. Well, right now, all of our circuit clerks are required to send those notices via certified mail. So this was an original intent to allow the clerks to send the notices via email or electronic notification like through MEC to save them some money. Well, there was some dispute as to whether it was constitutional or whether they would get those notices, so we agreed that we're going to study the issue and try to find a more cost-effective way for us to give those notices without costing too much to the counties.
Okay, so the effect of the task study committee is to determine whether or not you can help counties save monies on these particular bench warrants.
Yes, and as it relates to the bail agents, not the individuals on the bond.
Okay, so why do we have something in here about private elevators?
Oh, yep, that is another provision that was added to the bill. It is a provision that would alleviate the annual inspection of private elevators in homes. It would only bring it down to one, I believe, one inspection. Am I backwards on that?
Yeah, why is that in this bill?
That is another piece of legislation that did not pass during the session, and as we do towards the end, through negotiations, we find vehicles where we come to an agreement and move forward on that towards the end.
Okay. And then as it relates to your school district, this is something in regards to the board?
Yes. So currently under law, you know, there was some reform efforts earlier statewide. Well, I became aware that over the years, for several decades actually, the boards and the way they are made up have been changed individually. So this was an effort to add my district to the list of, and I was informed some people like the way their districts are established and set up. Some people would like to change it. And apparently that's been the history for the last couple of decades. And I found the statute where they have added districts as the delegations have agreed to and consented to it, instead of doing it statewide.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
I think I heard something that you just said that piqued my interest. You said something about this being a study committee in this too?
Yes, sir.
And part of the reason you gave for a study committee, I think I heard, was there's a dispute about whether or not part of the bill might be constitutional.
Yeah, that was a claim made by the bail agents that they believe that their notice requirements have to be via certified mail. They alleged that doing otherwise would be unconstitutional. Personally, I don't agree with that argument, but it picked up steam on the other side of the building, so hopefully in this study committee we can convince them that that's not the case.
So you acceded to their request that there actually be a study to see whether or not this bill was constitutional before you brought it here for us to pass it. Is that what I'm understanding?
Gentlemen, I'm back on this bill. I'm
talking about this bill.
That is what I did, yes.
Okay. And you're a lawyer too.
Yes, sir.
Right? You took the same oath as I did to uphold the U.S. Constitution, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for keeping your oath.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, just one question. You've been referencing other things been put in this bill that's really not this bill. So my question is this: is there anything else in this bill that we should know about?
No, sir. There's not. The lady from Hines reminded me of the one thing I forgot about, but that's all that's in here.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. He passes. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson. He passes. See no further questions.
Move for adoption.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 1 nay, the report is adopted.
And I'm going to hold that last one on a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all have further work? Judd B.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, we have other work. We can move down the calendar just a little bit.
All right.
I'm going to pass on item 33, but I would like to bring up item number 35, Senate Bill 2805.
All right. Gentleman's asking for consent to advance to item 35, Judd B. bill. Is there objection to that? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what this is the committee report whereby all we did here was take out the reverse repealer that was placed on it by the Senate, and they went back, they agreed to our language in our original House bill as to this particular measure. That's the explanation.
Questions on the report? I see none, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. You have further work, gentlemen?
I do have further work. The next item on the calendar is item number 36, Senate Bill 2821.
Is there objection to the gentleman going to this item? Hearing none, gentlemen, you're recognized.
I recognize the Vice Chairman to handle the measure.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to handle the report.
Gentleman from Pearl River, alert, alert, alert.
Thank you. This is the capital sexual battery bill that we've passed this session already. We made one change to the bill. It defines the damage to the victim required to be damage to the child's sexual organs. This follows the language in other states. Of course, if you're going to sentence an individual to death, the injury has to be to a sufficient nature under case law. So this is what other states that have moved forward on this, Florida, I believe, being one that have adopted this. So that's the only change. Again, there are certain aggravating circumstances that have to be met. In order for the death penalty, there is a sentencing phase. So you've got the conviction phase, and then the jury then goes back and decides whether or not the individual is to be sentenced to death or life in prison. That's an explanation of this conference report, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? Does that conclude your explanation, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to make sure their choices are, if they just hurt a child's organs a little bit, they'll have life?
The jury will get to decide whether or not it's life or death, which is how we do the death penalty now in all other cases.
I know. Thank you. I just had to say that.
I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 105 yeas, 0 nays. The report is adopted.
You want the file?
You have further work, Mr. Chairman?
I do have, Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, item number 17, House Bill 1612. Call it up. 17 on the calendar.
Okay, gentlemen, that gets us back in order. So you are recognized for that item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We came to a compromise position with the Senate on this bill. We did full consolidation of all these offices. We split them up into basically 4 different categories and identify them by basically responsibilities of the Department of Public Safety. We did come to a compromise that those individuals that are moved between the departments, they would not change their benefit package when they move from department to department. That language is added in this particular conference report. Other than that, there's no other changes to the bill.
Questions on the report? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you one question because I want to be clear on this now. All state employees' benefit packages are the same, right?
Well, lady, not under the Department of Public Safety, because some of those individuals were under the Highway Patrol Plan, some were not under the Highway Patrol Plan, and...
But if you were a highway patrolman, as you said, it would be the same, right?
Yes,
so the way we're doing this is going to be apples and apples, right?
Yes, correct.
So if it's applicable to the Highway Patrol, which is really the only entity that should be outside of everything else for a state employee, right?
Other than MBI within that arena.
And so what do we do differently for the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation?
Nothing different, lady. If they move from another agency moved within the Highway Patrol and they worked under since we're consolidating some department heads, people moved within those department heads, they didn't change their retirement, what they were under at the time they started employment.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Move final passage.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson, do you yield for further, gentlemen?
Yes, sure.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a 3/5 bill. Are there any increase in fees or assessments or fines?
It's no different than what we passed originally, gentlemen. We did pass some increases in autopsy. Charging autopsies went from $1,000 to $1,200, and the salvage fee went up. It's the same explanation I gave when we passed the House.
Okay, those fee increases were in the original bill.
They were in the original bill, yes.
Thank you, sir.
I see no further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Next item on the calendar, number 18, House Bill number 1613, and call that particular conference report up.
All right. You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the Vice Chairman from Pearl River County, and for purposes of notifying the Chair, I'll yield the floor after this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Gentleman from Pearl River, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hold on just a second. I'm getting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the drug trafficking bill. Let me get to the portion here. This bill increased or set a measurable amount for any person trafficking Schedule 1 or 2 controlled substances under the aggravated trafficking statute of 200 grams or more, or of 260 savage dosage units or more. Additionally, it was added on an amendment brought by the lady from Rankin, the transfer of abortion-inducing drugs. That amendment remains in this conference report. There was additional language added to clear up that this definition does not apply to drugs that may be known to cause an abortion but are prescribed for other medical indications such as chemotherapeutic agents and diagnostic drugs, or are used in the course of medical care that is lawful under the laws of the state of Mississippi and within the physician's reasonable medical judgment and the applicable standard of care, including but not limited to the treatment of miscarriage, ectopic pregnancy, fetal demise, induction of labor, and management of postpartum complications. The penalties passed in the prior amendment, both civil and criminal, remain in place. And that's the explanation of the changes from the original amendment passed a few weeks ago. I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes.
I'm gonna pronounce it incorrectly, but I'm gonna do my best. Is it mental pristol in this?
Yes, that is included in this.
It's included in this bill.
Or that would qualify. It's not actually named in it, but that would qualify.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves. I'm sorry, gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what are the names of the abortion inducement drugs?
He just named one, and I don't know a list of them off the top of my head, no, sir.
The reason why I ask is because, you know, I deal with this statute all the time, and all of the drugs that are in the statute are listed in the statute. So in this particular piece of legislation, you know, if it's marijuana, it's marijuana. If it's methamphetamine, it's methamphetamine, cocaine, et cetera, et cetera. So you have not named any abortion inducement drugs in the statute. So how are law enforcement going to prosecute this bill if there's no named abortion inducement drug in the statute?
I think it falls into the intent portion of the statute. The intent, there's an intent requirement that they intend to terminate a clinically diagnosable pregnancy to cause the death of an unborn child. So any litany of drugs or a mixture of drugs would qualify, depending on, but it falls to the intent of the individual prescribing, selling, dispensing, bartering, whatever.
Okay, you understand my issue is not with an anti-abortion bill. My issue is with the language in the bill. I could care less if it's what it's for, to be honest with you. So the problem that I have is I could, if I'm a female, I may can take 100 Tylenol to kill a child, okay? What happens then is if a lady takes 100 Tylenol, will she be able to be prosecuted under this bill?
No, gentlemen.
I mean, don't you think this bill needs some work on it? I mean, you could, and I got another question that I want to ask. You do know that that abortion-inducing drugs are used for more than just trying to have an abortion.
That is correct, gentlemen. That is why I read that additional language that was added that clears up this would not impact, the prescription of drugs that may be used for an abortion that are being used for bona fide medical purposes.
So if a doctor, and I'm just going off what my brother told me last night, if a doctor prescribed, if a woman is in labor and she's having a miscarriage, sometimes doctors give them abortion-inducing drugs to save their lives. Would that protect the doctor?
Yes, the language protects the doctor in that instance.
You sure about that?
Yes, sir. It actually specifically says miscarriage.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 38 nays, the report's adopted. I believe the chairman said that concludes Judge B. Drug policy, pass. Drug policy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 21 on the conference calendar, House Bill 1701. Call it up and move to adopt the conference report, and I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Green to explain the report.
Gentleman from Green is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conference report on House Bill 1701. Previously in the session, we passed this bill with giving the circuit court judge the ability to provide a full probation or post-release supervision revocation for people that were involved in intervention courts. Would have really broadened their ability to do that. The conference report sets forth that a judge can revoke a probationer who's involved in a intervention court, but they have to find in writing that that person has committed at least 3 violations of their supervision. And they can do it without a hearing as long as they find in writing that there's at least 3 violations. And I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And gentlemen, you know I'm for intervention. I just want to ask this question. If we going along with a person, you had 1 chance, I'm for that. 2 chances, but 3 chances, and you know what that does? That keeps me, who's over here waiting to try to get into intervention. Did the committee, well, I guess y'all say 3 strikes and then you're out. Is that what y'all doing on this?
Well, in talking to some of the circuit court judges, they said this would better allow them to manage their intervention courts and allow them the opportunity primarily to get individuals who haven't committed a new crime but committed minor violations to get them to drug treatment or something of that nature.
And I understand that, but if you've got, and again, I'm for giving people every opportunity. But the thing with these drug courts is that we have people waiting. And a lot of times, if you keep going on and on with the same individual, I guess is what I'm saying. And so maybe we need a little bit of tough love for that person. One time, they had some problems. But I think probably after 2 times, we need to say, look, sir, ma'am, and then give somebody else a chance. That's the only thing that concerned me about it, because it's going to be over a period of time. There are only so many slots that are available, and you're going to be keeping other people that might just need that little bit of intervention to change their lives. And I just wanted the committee to think that 3 times for this particular issue might be a little too much, in that we have limited space for these drug courts.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but the way the law is set up right now, an individual can make these minor mistakes and the only recourse is for the judge to send them to a technical violation center. This would allow the judge a little stronger hand to maybe get their attention.
Well, the technical violation center is to get their attention, I think. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I hope this would have been taken out in conference, but I think I just understood from what you said that it wasn't. This procedure can be done without a hearing. I believe that's what I heard you say, right?
That's correct. It can be done without the individual having a full revocation hearing, as long as the judge makes a written finding of the violations that they've made.
Okay, so again, bottom line, you're not entitled to a hearing to present your obviously the purpose of a hearing is to present your defense. So you're not entitled to that under this conference report.
Not under this conference report.
Thank you.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 2 nays, the report is adopted. Anyone have an item they wish to take up? Gentleman from Tippa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 38, Senate Bill 2834. I'd like to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our annual distinctive motor vehicle tag bill. I'm being told all the requests that we've had from the House did make it into this bill, and that's an explanation of the bill. I can go through the whole list, but it's a pretty substantial list.
Questions on the report?
I'll move final adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. I believe that concludes our work. Gentleman from Jackson, for what purpose?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Motion, if I may. Mr. Speaker, in the conference calendar, general bills, item number 12, House Bill 1330, I move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit on item 12 on the in-conference general bills calendar. In favor of the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further from any chairman? Lady from Hines, I'm sorry. I'll get back to you. All right, I see no one else seeking recognition. And rules passes, right? Announcements by the clerk's office. Announcements by the members. Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a vote change, unanimous consent. I'm asking for unanimous consent on item number 36, today's calendar, Senate Bill number, change my vote from yes to no.
Is there objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. State your request.
Number 20 on the general calendar, House Bill 1662. I'd like to change my vote from yea to nay.
All right. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure, gentlemen. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 25, Senate Bill number 2114 on page 4, holding on a motion to reconsider. Item number 27, Senate Bill number 2314, page 4. I'd like to hold that one on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman of those two items. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan. Grenada.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Did the gentleman from Forest hold 27, item number 2314? Is that the item that he held?
That was one of the items, yes, sir.
It hadn't, I don't think we've refiled the report yet.
Gentleman from Forest, you may be thinking about the driver's license bill that the gentleman from Choctaw and Judd A. I don't mean to presume, but I don't believe they've taken up that one. Is that correct, gentlemen?
That's correct.
You hadn't refiled a report.
No, yes, I've not refiled.
That item remains on the calendar, yes, sir. You're recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I identified the wrong warrant, item number 2322.
Got you. Thank you, sir. Please notify the chairman. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I, too, change my vote on item number 20, House Bill 1662? May I have unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 1662 from present to nay?
Is there objection? Yep. Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I would like to change my vote on number 17. This is on page 3 on in-conference general bills, House Bill 1612, from yes to no.
Is there objection? You was for it before you was against it, gentlemen. Is that right? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
I too would like to change a vote, and I'm searching for the item number and I'm not able to find it. It's House Bill 1935 on the motion to reconsider. I'd like to change my vote from nay to yay.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Mr. Speaker, I have an announcement.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to invite all the members of the House to join us in celebrating the Chairman McGee's birthday party at the Golden Corral tonight at 6 o'clock.
I don't know what birthday this is, but I think if you get to Golden Corral before 5, you get like a really good discount. I don't know where you and her are in that age group, you know what I'm saying? Some of us wouldn't qualify regardless, but.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guessing, but I think she may qualify. I'm not real sure.
All right, I'm going to suspend business just for a second to be sure, housekeeping, that there's not something we need to consider before we adjourn for the day. Further announcements by the members. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to ask if we could adjourn in memory of my Uncle Harold Little. He was a supervisor in Corinth, Mississippi. He had 10 brothers and sisters, and he was the most handsome of all my uncles. And he died the week of the ice storm in North Mississippi, so I didn't get to go to his funeral. But he has had a wonderful life. He was, a tree limb fell on him and caused him to be bedridden for years, and his sweet little wife took care of him for years. His daughter is Anna Little Morris. She works at the Attorney General's office now. His son is Cliff Little, and he's a basketball coach at Biggersville and has won many state championships. So I just wanted to adjourn in his memory today. He was very special to me.
Thank you, lady. We will certainly do that. All right. I see no further announcements. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I do need to call a rules meeting at 9:45 in the morning.
Gentleman's announcement is there will be a Rules Committee meeting in the morning at 9:45, gentlemen, you said?
Yes, sir.
9:45 in the morning, all right?
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow and ask that the journal remain open until the last conference report is filed.
All right, gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow and that the journal remain open until the last conference report is filed tonight. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.